to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends, live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Of course, just as I was about to go make myself some dinner, they came back. So let's hear what he has to say.
Remember that, and my heart as a child would always sink whenever I saw that sign. This is what's happened to us. I even thought about getting a sign and holding it up for you folks. I am a curse when it comes to technology, and things just don't seem to work right around me. I'm so old-fashioned that I still write my checks out by hand and put them in an envelope and get a stamp and send in the bill. But we've straightened it out. Now, you can see that we're close to the lunch hour. The witness is here with just a kind of a short window of time, and we want to accommodate him. So we're going to work through the traditional lunch break, but never fear. We will take a break for lunch. It's just that we'll be a little bit later than usual. If your stomach begins to growl, we'll overlook that. We won't pay any attention to that. And I apologize that we're not taking our lunch break on time.
I'm just going to find me a snack.
But I know you folks have been patient and you've had to wait, and we need to make some progress in this case. So if you'll please bear with us. We are still, of course, on the state's case in chief. You may call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the gentleman that appears on the screen is Mr. Court Nexon.
All right, sir, I can't tell whether you are seated or standing. Are you standing?
I am standing, Judge, and I have a stand-up desk. I don't even have a chair, so I am in a standing position.
All right, well, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would normally say you may be seated, but you are standing at your desk, and so you can remain so. Before we get started, let me explain to the jury, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching this next witness on video. You should regard his testimony in the same manner as you would if he were right here in the courtroom amongst us. So assess his testimony and the credibility thereof, just like you would any other witness that is called to appear to the witness stand here. With that, Mr. Truman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nixon, would you please spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. So legal first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Nexen, Nexsen. Middle name is Cortland, hence the name Court.
How do you spell Cortland?
Court.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Cortland. I beg your pardon. Mr. Nixon, could you tell us your background, please, and specifically your employment and education?
Yes, sir. If it's helpful, I am loud by nature. If I need to talk louder or quieter, Mr. Truman, please just tell me. And first and foremost, the judge and jury, I truly appreciate you all letting me do this virtually. Grew up in the state of Virginia, Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia for undergrad. Started my career in New York City in finance. Came back to business school at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia. Have stayed put there ever since to raise a family. And for 6 years worked for what was U.S. Trust, and that became Bank of America's private bank. I currently own and run a farm estate and residential real estate company in Charlottesville, Virginia, called McLean Faulkner Incorporated.
Thank you. Could you tell us your initial involvement with Natalie and Michael Cochran?
Yes, sir. So my job at the time, it was U.S. Trust, at Bank of America's private bank, was I led a team that dealt with high net worth individuals and families, from investing money to banking to helping kind of oversee their assets. And so in Charlottesville, I was tasked with new business development and kind of being the face of the team for potential new clients. And so somewhat out of the blue, the Cochrans were routed to my team, which came to my desk to interact and speak with them.
In terms of the division of your time with the Cochrans, did you spend more time involved with Natalie Cochran or Michael?
The bulk of it was with Natalie. The only thing I recall is one time there was a gentleman on the phone there in the car who said it was Michael Cochran. The rest was pretty much exclusively with Mrs. Cochran.
How did you communicate with the defendant?
So it was interesting. If my memory serves, it was almost like a phone call out of the blue, and kind of listened to the story and kind of how they got routed. And then primary conversations were email driven as well as some phone conversations.
Do you remember your first, or have a recollection of your first phone call conversation with Natalie Cochran?
High level at a macro point, essentially it was someone talking about very large sums of money, talking about business interests. And I get the sense because of the level or the amount of money they're discussing, and even though it was involved with businesses, it all tied back to an individual. And that's what U.S. Trust or a private bank deals with. And so not exactly sure how, but it makes sense that if the Cochrans are talking to the business banking world of Bank of America, that entity would have flagged and said, you need to speak with U.S. Trust. And given the West Virginia location, I believe the Charlottesville, Virginia office would have been the closest in proximity, and that's how things kind of got routed to me.
All right, sir. You indicated phone calls, but your primary means of communication was through email. Is that correct?
I would say it started with a phone call, and while there were some calls initially, it was then very email driven, and I don't want to jump ahead. As things kind of played out, the bulk of it was driven through email.
Your Honor, the Defense has reviewed the document that the state would mark as state 4.
Yes, number 4.
All right.
Can I see it again? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Could I please have Exhibit 3?
It's at binding. It's over here.
I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah. Also,
He's a money guy. Hey, publicly. If you miss anything today, he will be doing a
All right.
run through of the case. He is close by this case, so follow him tonight when he will
Next in your,
dive
the
into it.
first email that the state wanted to discuss is where it was dated February 4th, of 2019 at 11:55. And so that we can identify your emails, they all have a ustrust.com email address, correct?
Correct.
And in that email, you're merely providing personal contact information to the
Hey, welcome
defendant,
back, Jamie.
how she can get a hold of you with a direct line, right?
Hi.
Correct, yeah.
I had a 2-minute break.
Yeah, I laughed because I seen you like going off, and then
Well,
you came back like 5 seconds later.
technology, we're able to hook you up this way with a telephone and through the internet, but unfortunately, we can't display the documents at the same time, so we'll just talk about them. But thank you. The next email is the following day, and you received an email from the defendant at about 11:11, timed 11:11. You able to look at that email?
Yes, sir.
What's the substance of the defendant's information to you and your response?
So after the initial phone conversation, our job is to kind of follow certain procedures, protocol, and information gathering. And so in order to do anything with our team, we have to document certain pieces of information. And so we kind of asked Mrs. Cochran for certain pieces of information that would help us slowly start to effectively build a relationship and establish the accounts. And so that's what we had asked her for after that initial phone call in order to start slowly moving forward.
Your Honor, may we approach on all of this?
Sure.
Sure. I liked when he was spelling his name, he looked like he didn't know how to spell his last name. He was like, Q. I think there's an S in there. A, maybe?
I think there's an S in there. Well, what was up with his middle name? Like, he had to like tell us about that.
Because his name was Court something, and that's Courtman, and that's why his name on the screen is Court.
Yes, sir.
Nix can, whatever.
Weird.
Weird.
Just really weird.
All right, continue, please, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Bear with me just a moment, Your Honor. We had to kind of adjust here on the fly.
Okay.
Cortland.
How was this account initially set up?
The account, so, and I don't want to jump ahead, high level, when we receive a phone call like we did, which is throwing out really big numbers, our job is we have to take it seriously to see if it's real. I think our initial instinct was this probably isn't real, but we will take every step. And so first you have to make sure that the human beings are real, that the business entities are real. And so you're going through methodical steps to document various characteristics of the individuals in the business. And so that's kind of, before anything happens, we're basically, you can call it papering or documenting the individual and the family to get everything set up. And as you can imagine, you're dealing with one of the largest banks in the entire country, if not world. Everything is going to be documented and in a good way scrutinized. And so that's kind of these initial steps, which is we are just data gathering to see if this is real or not.
Were there any funds in this account at this point?
So from our side, there was nothing. So essentially it was, we own these government contracting businesses. We're going to have significant funds coming and going from these accounts, which if it was real, U.S. Trust and the private bank would absolutely be the best place to go to do all this. And so at the time, there's nothing in these accounts. We are essentially getting everything set up or getting the piping in place to allow money to come into the account and then be a real source of financial help. But no, nothing, to my knowledge, at least from a U.S. Trust side, there is nothing ever in the account.
By February 5th of 19, approximately 5:36. And if you could take a quick glance at that email.
Okay, I have that, Mr. Truman.
All right. Now, at this point, what was your understanding of the Cochran's intentions for the following day?
So, high level, if this was real, you would
Judge,
have
I'm
to.
going to object to this answer. Already the beginning of this answer is non-responsive. We're talking about the travel of our clients or my client to the state of Virginia or North Carolina or wherever this gentleman was. We're not talking about high-level financial transactions.
Oh, he shouldn't be allowed to constantly say if this was real. Because again, that's for the fraud. They found out it's not real. Doesn't have any bearing on this trial.
We're trying the money laundering case here.
We're not trying the money laundering case, but okay. Let's ask the question this way. Did you have a meeting set up with the Cochrans for February 6th of 2019?
So my understanding is they implied they were going to go to Lynchburg, Virginia. In order to set up these accounts, you have to physically sign a signature card. You have to have certain people witness this signature card. And I don't remember why they said they were going to Lynchburg. It could have been because of personnel or just certain requirements. But they had implied that they were going to go to Lynchburg. And again, a private bank or U.S. Trust job is to white glove, handhold service. And it's not uncommon for us to pick people up from the airport, et cetera. So when I'm looking at this email, Mr. Truman, this was trying to make their meetings go as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. And that's what
Judge,
we're doing in these emails.
this is a
Trying to
non-responsive
make sure they don't
objection,
respond.
Your Honor. Objection. This is a non-responsive.
Mr. Nixon.
This is a non-responsive answer. We're talking about the whole history of this. The prosecutor asked a very simple question, and the witness is rambling.
He's answering the question.
Overruled. Let's continue, please.
Thank
Hmm.
So guys, just reframe what you're trying to ask me. You're asking what we're doing,
Just
and
got
we're
some
trying
fight.
to
Yeah.
set up appropriate meetings and steps, all the appropriate steps to get certain accounts and relationships set up.
And that was to take place February 6th of 2019, correct?
Correct. That's what we were working towards. It looks like they said they were going to fly in, and so we were basically responding to their schedule and setting things up as best we could.
Did that meeting take place?
Never took place.
And you were notified about that Wednesday, the 6th at 6:47 a.m. in an email from the defendant, correct?
Correct. If I have it, I'm just in my packet. Yes, I have cancer and was up all night. And so again, we responded accordingly that we are sorry and we're kind of taking cues from this prospective client on their schedule. But correct, no one ever went to Lynchburg, no meetings took place.
But there was a reference at 3:37 p.m. on February 6th. You got another email from the defendant. What was the substance of that one?
So this is the one court will shoot for Friday. Is that the email?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Well, we had a long 1 hour break because they had technical difficulties with this guy who had to be on Zoom, I think. But they had a PA nurse thingy there who was a friend of them and who also was an investor in the company. And she told a story that kind of sounded like she was suspecting something was wrong. But on cross, again, just like we saw yesterday, I think the defense raised a lot of good, reasonable doubt. Apparently, she just prescribed stuff to them without seeing them. And she claimed that, well, all his signs said he should have been at a hospital, but she didn't pressure anyone to take him to the hospital. And so, again, there's a lot of reasonable doubt going on.
again, looking to reschedule.
No, as soon as I stopped, they came back on.
Is how I and our team read it, was they were looking to reschedule. And so we kept trying to be accommodative and helpful.
And once again, that meeting never took place either, did it?
Correct.
And I realize you're operating under somewhat of a handicap, but there's an email from the defendant of March 14th of 2019. Could you take a look at that one?
I have that in front of me, correct.
And what did the defendant indicate to you was going to happen then?
So rereading this email, they are asking for wiring information for their account. They've said that $100,000 is coming in. Other government funds are coming. And that she's emailing a death certificate and a state paperwork so we can remove Michael. So in the interim, we've been informed that Michael was in the ICU and then passed. And so in that interim, that's where we are as of March 14th, which is trying to move money around with these accounts.
And the last one was the next day, March 15th. The
Maybe
defendant
it's
indicates to
order.
you that she can't log into her account. Is that a reference to a U.S. bank account, or am I missing something?
I'm reading her email. She very easily could have had a Bank of America account.
I'm going to object to
Hold
this.
on, Mr. Nixon.
I'm
What is it?
I'm going to object to the answer that has already been proceeded with. She could have easily done something. Either she did something or she didn't. So
All
this is
right.
assuming
I
facts
think-
in the evidence.
I think that's appropriate. Pose the question again, please, Mr. Truman, and I'll instruct the witness to please answer.
Court, this phrase in that email, I can't even log into my account. It was all set up by him. Did you take that as a reference to a U.S. bank or a Bank of America account, or is she talking about something else?
I don't know if she even had an account.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Did you ever talk to Michael Cochran about any of these transactions?
There is a gentleman on the phone at one time who would have been implied he was Michael Cochran. That's the only interaction I ever had with him. He was on the phone, supposedly in the car with Natalie, and this was early in the process. This would have been in February.
Okay. How many times did you talk to the prosecuting attorney's office in this case?
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you talk to the prosecuting attorney's office in this case? The lawyers in the prosecuting attorney's office?
If I remember, I think one time, maybe twice, and it was more to figure out if I could testify virtually, given kind of my locations at the courthouse.
Among many, I would imagine thousands of transactions, you remember Natalie Cochran and you remember Michael Cochran.
I absolutely remember this, just given the nature of it, correct?
All right. Now, was Michael Cochran CC'd on all the communications that you had with Natalie Cochran?
I'm going back to the beginning of the email packet. I can see Michael had a CSG LLC email address.
I like
So
this
he was
one
on the
too,
early
Sean.
emails. And then I want to say she took over as point person. Yeah, he would have. Now, here, I mean, it just kind of depends on the email, sir. I mean, Michael had Natalie and Michael both had CSG LLC US email addresses.
All right. So he could have known about all the aspects of whatever transactions they were supposed to transpire with your bank, right?
Again, she ran point. He was only ever communicative of the very first phone call.
All right. The sum total of your testimony, Mr. Nixon, is that Michael Cochran and Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran were supposed to appear in your bank somehow. And they called off the appointment twice, right?
I'd say there's a little more to it than that, but if you don't want me to ad-lib.
No. I want you to answer my question. My question is, the sum total of your testimony is that they were supposed to have,
Jackson, the subtotal of his testimony is his testimony, period.
your testimony here today in this court is that they scheduled an appointment with you and didn't show up and canceled it, right?
I'd say that's incorrect. She ended up typing checks and wrote false checks that our team knew, and this kind of all crumbled because you're dealing with a very sophisticated financial institution.
Mr.
At
Your
the
Honor, I
moment
move
in
to
time,
strike.
though.
Why? This had absolutely nothing to do with his testimony that, oh, they were trying to bounce checks. This guy, I don't like it when witnesses try to make the story about what they want to make it about, because he want to talk financial crimes and he's not allowed to talk about financial crimes. I don't like this.
This answer and instruct the jury.
I'm going to allow the answer to stand.
All right. They wrote some checks that, I'm going to ask you this, sir, one more time, and I want you to answer yes or no. Did they schedule an appointment with you and canceled it?
Yes, they canceled multiple appointments, correct.
Did they schedule more than one appointment with you and canceled it?
To my knowledge, there have been 2 different in-person get-togethers, and then it all became email-driven communication.
How many appointments did they schedule with you? Mr. Nixon, please listen. How many appointments did they schedule with you and cancel?
In my recollection, 2. One was they said they were going to go to Lynchburg. She then had cancer.
I didn't ask you about that. I just, wait a minute. I asked you a very simple question, sir. How many appointments did they schedule and cancel? And you said 2. Is that right?
2.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, and the reason that, did they give you any reasons why they scheduled those appointments and canceled them?
Yeah.
And the reason was that Natalie was sick, right? Okay, for the second one, what was the excuse for the second one?
That Mr. Cochran was in the ICU.
Okay? And then in March, Mr. Cochran was dead.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
To our knowledge, yes.
So now the sum total of your testimony really is that they had two appointments that they canceled because of the illness of Mr. Cochran or my clients. And then the third appointment, Mr. Cochran was dead. Is that a fair statement, sir?
In terms of appointments, yes.
Okay, that's all I want right now. The next question is, you don't have any idea about the circumstances of Mr. Cochran's death, do you? You don't know anything, first-hand knowledge about this.
We, at our time, we saw a death certificate, and that's our extent.
Mr. Nixon, you're a banker. You are dealing with Mr. Cochran and Mrs. Cochran. You don't have any first-hand knowledge of Michael Cochran's death, do you?
Yeah, I've never met these people in person.
Just
So the
say
answer
no.
would be no.
Just say no. Why are you trying?
So the answer from the first-hand knowledge of knowing anything about this case would be no. Would that be a correct statement?
In terms of his death,
Right.
I don't know how he died. I have a pretty damn good guess.
Oh my God, guy.
I move to strike this, Your Honor.
What a
Look at it.
stupid.
If we didn't like the smug face on the defendant, look at this guy when he just got that in there. Oh my God.
Oh,
this
I
is,
got a pretty good idea, sir.
Yeah.
You're
Stupid.
I like that guy said, you're a banker. What do you
Yeah.
know? I wanted to say that so badly.
Yeah, and actually, the judge should instruct him to not say stuff like this, because this is prejudicial to the defendant. He
Well,
has absolutely no knowledge of anything.
I'm going to,
He's this isn't
grant
stupid
that
thing to
or
say.
sustain that objection. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last answer given by the witness. Continue, please, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Nixon, you apparently don't like my client, do you?
I think it's been a colossal waste of my time and many others' times in terms of months of going through this. That's my honest answer. It's a lot of time, resources, yes.
And that's why you're so belligerent right now, aren't you?
I'm not belligerent, but you're being belligerent with me, and I'll answer the question.
Did you
You're
get a
being
lot
a
of wedgies
D-bag.
when you were in school?
Yeah. What's wrong with you? Calm down. Answer the questions. You're a banker. They didn't take money from you personally. Wah, they wasted your time.
Yeah. Oh my, we had to look at some paperwork that we got paid for.
I think I'm off. I think I'm done with this witness.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
As a banker, would you be belligerent to the people that wrote a bunch of hot checks?
What does it matter?
Yeah,
I'm
you.
going to
This has
object.
nothing to
This has
do.
nothing- yeah, this is ridiculous.
I'm going to object. This is back to money laundering, money that has nothing to do with murder.
Well, I think we've extended the circumstances a little bit and opened a door, so I'm going to allow the question.
Oh my Lord.
You can pose it again.
So he can just
please.
whine and cry
Yeah.
about something he
From
doesn't
a
know.
banker's perspective, people that write bad checks, is that something that would cause you?
A bad check writer no murder makes. This is ridiculous. This shows me that the state have no case. They're gonna do the Murdoch. She's guilty because she was guilty of something else. This is not how you prove that she did it. This is how you show I have no evidence. I really don't like this.
some irritation.
And now this is a comment on my client character, and I object to that.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer if you can, please, Mr. Nixon.
I'm happy to. The only thing we would do is we would properly flag what happened. We did flag it internally, and then we kind of shut down conversations. And so in a way, we literally just follow our procedures and guidelines. And that's what we
Yeah.
did here when the bad checks were written, is that we stopped communicating and we flagged it to our fraud department.
The bad checks were written in March of 2019.
Correct, yeah.
That's all the questions the state asked. Thank you.
And no account was ever open with your bank, right?
So again, I'm not in the operations side. I just can't answer that confidently, given I just don't have the full scope of everything in Bank of America. She could have opened an account and never funded it. So yes, there were checks written against an account.
All right, anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
Mercifully, no, Your
May
Honor.
this
Thank you.
witness be
Mercifully, no.
excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. We appreciate your cooperation. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll have to turn off the machine.
That must have been all their technical difficulties.
Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't approached the lunch hour too much. And so if you could be back in your jury room at 1:30, I'll give you a little extra time because we're
Oh, you are, he
behind
did.
the ball, so to speak, in terms of getting
But they
our
didn't
lunch.
eat.
So,
They were just
at
waiting.
1:30, if you'll
You
be
should have just
back
sent
in
him to
your
lunch.
jury room, that's when we'll start.
With all that BS.
back up.
Yeah, but the
Not-
banker couldn't do it. He only
Oh,
had a
the
certain
banker was so
A
important.
jury room at a jury room at 9:30, if you'll be the case, not with anyone else, and at 1:30.
No talking after. Well, Jamie, now I've started the afternoon stream. Let's see if this works today. I haven't done this in a long time.
Yeah, you have it.
Well, he wanted to she wanted to open up an account with them, probably to try and raise some lines of credit or something to shovel it around. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't run many Ponzi schemes. I sell goats mostly. That's my thing.
Nope, it's working.
It looks like it's working.
Oh,
So
shit.
the dogs are happy. Jamie's happy. Sue is happy. Finally, she will get some words on screen.
Yeah. Well, for the new people, tell them what it is, so we know before you take off.
This, ladies and gentlemen, friends, countrymen, Romans. Said I should present it, so I'll present it. Is
I
word on
know.
screen. Sue will play it. She will get mad if she doesn't win. It's just a word find. You try and find the words that you can make out of the letters on top. I can't play it. I'm dyslexic. We put it on back in the day when we didn't take breaks in the middle of the day. Now, because I already started my afternoon stream, I don't have. I have another one set up, so I don't want to kick you off again. I'll let you all sit here, play the game, let Sue win, or she'll be mad. And a mad Sue is a sad Sue. So enjoy it. I'll put on some annoying music so you have a little thing to listen to while it's going. And we'll be back in roughly an hour. Feeding the dogs.
Yep.
Hate that one.
Don't forget to put a little banner up too.
I deleted all the banners because we don't play it anymore.
Well, All right, then. I will charge my headphones while we're on break, and I will be back. What do you say, 1:30?
You can't hear this, Jamie?
I can't hear it.
It's your sneeze buddy.
Nope, can't hear it.
Well, it's sneezing all over the place.
Can everybody else hear it? Is that
I don't
what's
know.
happening?
Well, someone could. I heard it. We can hear it. Take Jess down. Why? What did I do? Well, Jamie should watch the stream sometimes. It's quite good. You all have fun. Get some din din. Din din?
Okay, bye.
Maybe I should put myself on screen and fix my camera. Du. Welcome back, everyone. Who won? Who won? Was it Sue? Sue? Was it you? Sue? You could do that all day. Yeah, it's a fun little game. I just, because YouTube don't like videos over 4 hours, that's why I don't do the lunch break streams with just word on screen anymore. Because they would always get partially demonetized until AI checked them. Not that it's a lot, but still, it's just annoying. You never seen it done in a stream before? I used to do it a lot back when I did the full 8-hour streams, but because YouTube don't like it, I stopped doing them. You need a shower now? Oh my, were dirty words involved? Of course, Sue won. Do you really do bingo? I don't do bingo, but Jemima does bingo. She, no, that was on the last stream. She will collect words from this case that said a lot, and then she will put them into a bingo sheet, and we'll play a bingo game for the closing arguments. I don't know anything about it. It's a Jemima thing. And it was fun the first time, even though I messed up a little bit with the winners. Yeah, if you have a word that is potentially going to come up, or is a funny word that they are saying, put it in the form, and then you can play along with the closing arguments. Be nice to Sue. Sue's a sweetheart. It's don't be so mean. Great. Well, I'll see if I can find something we can give away as a prize. You looked up Grandma's house. I did not see what you're talking about. Is that what it's really called? I'm lost. Well, Crispy, it's playing along is the most important part. American is hardly a language. It was one of the words, grandma. Oh, well, I just thought the husband got lucky. I don't know. I should really stop talking. Where's Jamie to save me from myself? But yes, you can use that word in here. Oh, I should play my intro now. We are starting a new stream.
Head to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. and 6th. Don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to
Then we're back. Just to officially start the afternoon. If we're ending early today, I will try and do a Baker at Night stream tonight morning, whatever time it is, because we need an hour of laughing at stupid things. Yes, I'm going back to Dollywood. I will be there in 5th, 6th of June. The 5th will be Dollywood. Last year it was really, really cool. Sadly, not too many showed up, but we spent an entire day there, and it was this fluid situation where, well, then I was walking with Vegas Rick, and we were talking about stuff. Then me and Valhalla was walking around talking. Then I talked with Steve Gosney, and we just kept you kept talking to a lot of different people all the time. And on the Friday when we did the live show, we showed up at the venue like an hour before, had a few brewskis to loosen the morals. Valhalla had his way with me, and then we did a show. And I sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about having. Valhalla didn't absolutely do anything. Apparently, it's courtesy on a Friday to give another man a prostate exam. But then we hung out there, went into the city, and hung out for a couple of hours. So I know a lot of people last year was like, well, we probably won't be able to spend some time with the creators if we come there. We spent a full day together the last time, and then a night together the next time. We went out to an arcade and hung out. So there was plenty of opportunities to talk to us and meet us. So if you have the opportunity, please swing by Tennessee, because unless Valhalla is too close, I can be the 10UC. We had like 30 people. That ain't too bad for a first year. No, but it was a lot of creators and hangarounds, family. It could be fun having more people drive down there. It would be cool. It won't be cool in June. Probably not. But I can tell you, at Dollywood, they have unlimited refills on your cups. So you won't feel too hot and bothered. It was cool. It was really cool. And of course it was consensual. You said, this is how we do it. And I said, on a Friday night, this is how we do it. And you're going to Montreal. Can you bring your husband? You can bring your husband, your boyfriend, and any other men you pick up along the way. It's just it's just to hang out, and last time Caitlin brought her husband as well. It was cool. Erin brought her husband. It was fun. Bum, 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 bum. But no, it's I like Tennessee. It's a nice place. A little racist against Danish people, but that's okay. It's because of my whiteness. I'll settle down when I look at. I've been in court the last couple of days, so I haven't looked at plane tickets. I will decide on either the middle or the west route, and then I'll do probably try and stop in 2 cities along the way if people want to come hang out, meet me, if we can find a bar or something where it's not too crowded and we can have a little chin wag, because I know it can be a lot to go down there and go on vacay, but I'll try and make some stops. If I'm doing the middle route, it'll probably be somewhere near Chicago. If I'm doing the eastern, I'll be around Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, because I think Marissa can help me out find a place in Philly. And
Yes, Your Honor, he is here. He's just in the hallway.
and FD Food Fairy can probably help me out in Chicago, just to find somewhere where people can meet up.
And here he is.
Yeah, and,
All
and
right,
baby
let me
comments were there as
inquire
well.
if there are any matters
She
to
wasn't.
pick up out of the presence of the jury.
No,
Last
I like the
minutes.
South.
Okay?
This morning at about 8 o'clock, the victim's stepfather brought me that. You need to only read the first line.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't think the state can call Donna Bolt as a witness under those circumstances. Counsel for the defense has been provided with that letter.
You've seen this?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I want to know what's in the letter.
Was this your next prospective witness?
She would actually be number 3, but now she's number 0.
Okay. All right. I haven't had a chance to digest all of this. It's a pretty extensive.
It is, Your Honor. Most of it's just what you would expect as a reaction to listening to testimony, but the first line is fatal as a potential witness for the state, I believe.
All right. I think that is problematic. And so I understand your decision. Hopefully you have another witness available that you can call.
We're probably going to end a little bit early today. Oh, I got them now.
I
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're ready to go. I'm
All
sorry.
right. Any issues or difficulties, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Bring in the jury, please. Deputy Fry.
So, Donna Bolt, I don't know what the relationship is with anyone. It's a state witness.
Yes.
The stepfather
Text messages between the defendant and the crimes.
had sent
It's
a letter
actually,
that
it's a download.
precluded her as a witness. That's weird. Probably saw trial online. I don't know. I don't know if that could that be a big thing? Could be a change of heart. Yeah, if the defense calls her, then we know she had a change of heart. It wasn't the witness. It was someone else writing a letter, so they didn't want to call her.
Because the
That's
victim's
that-
stepfather is
Yeah,
what
the
said.
victim's stepfather wrote a letter that made the state withdraw Donna. That doesn't sound like a man. As a witness. So seems like something. Could be the witness is prejudiced.
The actual.
No, but imagine if the letter says, I have been informed she lied. She was nowhere near where she claims to be. That's the information. Then you'll have a witness that if they come, they could end in potential perjury. That you wouldn't want that in front of the jury if it's your witness. It's the witness mom.
Jury, we are live. lined out schedule-wise and ready to continue with the state's case in chief. Mr. Truman, please call your next witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Joshua Kearns.
Yeah, because all he said was it was the victim's stepfather who wrote the letter, so
Yeah.
the lady was
About Donna
probably
Bolt.
his mom. Yeah. Who knows?
Please, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. State your name, please.
Joshua Kearns.
And could you
He's a
slide
big
up
boy.
to the microphone just a little bit, please? And Mr. Kearns, how are you employed?
This is a guy who works out, and this is. Let's look at those shoulders. What do you say, guys? Broccoli a la Hollywood? That age, that definition, those traps. I'm calling Hollywood broccoli.
I'm employed by a local business, aviation company.
Who owns that?
My parents do.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
Primarily a pilot.
Were you asked to conduct a flight from Beckley to Lynchburg, Virginia on February 6th of 2019?
Yes, sir, I was.
Who asked you to do that?
Well, directly my father, but through Natalie, my father who owns the company, and then me. So
Natalie being the defendant?
yes, sir.
Okay. Oops, not that. Your Honor, I ask that this be marked as States 5, please.
Very well.
And it's a number 1 in your heart. It's a club. Yeah. Could I approach, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Josh, I hand you what's been marked for identification as States 5. I ask you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
You recognize?
Well, I go to the gym a lot. I look at a lot of built men.
That?
I do.
What is it?
This would be the conversation between she and I.
She and I
Natalie concerning the details of that trip.
the trip from where?
From originating in Beckley to Lynchburg.
Okay. And what time did you receive that text? Or what time was it sent to you?
At 6:35 the morning of the trip.
Did you respond?
I did. I simply said, okay, as in response to her canceling that trip.
Okay. What time did you respond?
Well, she texted pretty early in the morning. My response was a little bit late. Normally it's a little quicker, but it was at 7:16 that morning, so 40 minutes later.
And the original flight was scheduled for what time?
I believe, and according to this, at 9 a.m. was the departure time.
Okay. Was there an attempt to reschedule that for another day?
To the best of my recollection, yes, it was going to be moved to the following day. You know, the next day is what I was told. So, and the original thing was when she texted that morning, it was going to be moved to.
There's no additional question.
What the hell? Why did it skip?
To admit States 5?
That trip never took place, no, sir.
Move to admit States
So they
5.
just killed and started the stream again. That's weird. I've never seen that before.
I'm sorry, no objection.
All right, state's exhibit number 5 will be admitted into evidence.
State has no additional question.
Very well, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
So the flight never took place. Okay.
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Sure.
So what was the point of that?
They canceled the meeting.
Email
Okay.
that you received from Ms. Cochran. It was very early in the morning. On what day?
Well, it wasn't an email, it was a text.
Oh, text, right.
Okay.
What day was it? Date?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, it was the morning of the flight.
The date, sir. Do you remember the date?
Well, no, not right off. I mean, I know what, yeah, February 6th.
February 6th. And
Why are
that
you-
message to you indicated that Natalie was sick that morning. At 7:34 in the morning, she texted you that she was sick.
No, she texted me at 6:30 in the morning.
All right, 6:30 in the morning. The gist of it is, however, that she was sick and she wanted to reschedule the flight.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And that evening, however, you received the message concerning Mr. Cochran being in the hospital, right?
No, sir.
No? You don't know anything about whether Mr. Cochran went to the hospital that day or any other day?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, well, did you learn from anybody, well, from Natalie?
At that
Mr.
time or now?
No, at that time,
No,
during the day
no.
on the 6th. All right. So the next day, you received the message asking for yet another rescheduling?
No, sir.
No. Okay.
It was the same day.
All right, on the same day. So she communicated with you twice, rescheduling a flight to Lynchburg,
Yes, sir.
because, as you know, as far as you know, she was sick.
Correct.
All right.
He's probably afraid they're going to ask, have you ever taken roids and sold them?
Let me ask you this, maybe outside of the scope of the direct, but you seem to be in a tremendous shape, physical shape.
Well, thank you.
You were a bodybuilder, sir, right?
I've been able to lift this.
And you worked out with Mr. Cochran.
I've never met him in my life. No, sir.
No, you never had any contact with her with him whatsoever.
No, sir.
Did you know about his bodybuilding?
I never met him, so I didn't know him.
You never met him, guys. I mean,
And you had no contact with him in any way, shape, or any way, in any shape?
I had never seen him, never talked to him.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Drew.
State has no additional questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burns, you are excused. You may step down.
I don't know how big West Virginia is, but
Call your next witness, Mr.
might
Drew.
have 2 gyms in the state.
State calls Christopher Davis.
Yeah. Oh, he squats. You got a bootay on him. You like movies about gladiators? Do you do Greco-Roman wrestling?
yeah,
Small
like
men?
he's so funny sometimes when he says things.
I
You
know.
are in impeccable
I know-
shape, sir.
I need no P. Diddy cornered the market on baby oil, but if I had a flash, could you potentially help me out and we can do some Greco-Roman wrestling?
God. He's hilarious.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you like saunas? Have you ever seen a naked Polish guy?
All right, Mr. Drew.
Chris Davis, I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Access Health, and I'm also an of counsel partner in the firm of Wooten Davis Hustle and Johnson.
So by profession, what do you do?
I'm a lawyer by profession, yes.
Okay.
He's also bringing the gun show.
Can you tell us
Not pointed.
your relationship between you and Michael Cochran?
Mike and I became friends around 2011, I believe. Lived in the same proximity. We shared the same interests, coaching. My youngest son was about the same age as his children, was right in between his children. And so we would always see each other, whether it be sporting events and things like that. And so through that, we became, he was one of my best friends because we would coach baseball together, take vacations, really hang out just a lot.
Were you also friends with the defendant?
Yes.
Was that on the same level, or would you describe that differently than your relationship with Michael Cochran?
I mean, it would be a different relationship because Natalie and Jennifer were closer friends, just as Mike and I were closer friends. And I would assume that would be the same. On the other side, Jennifer was closer to Natalie than she was with Mike. We would obviously do things together as a family, but Mike and I would do things separately, whether it be games, et cetera, and Jennifer and Natalie would do the same.
Prior to February 6th of 2019, do you recall the last time you saw Michael?
I would say the last time I saw him was within days of February 6th. I don't remember the specific last time, but it was within those few days.
How did he seem to you at that time?
He was Mike.
Did he seem sick?
No, he did not seem sick.
Could I have this marked as state 7?
No.
6.
Number 6.
Oh, number 2 in your heart.
This is 2 seconds.
No, they're just separated from me. They're the one exhibit. We'll glue them together when I'm done. Thank you. Davis, on February 5th of 2019, did you and Michael?
Well, thank you for being here with us, Tash. 4 months. It's half a baby.
Cochran exchanged text messages?
I'm sure we did.
You're sure you did? Why?
Because we would
19.
probably text each other about every day.
Ugh. Is that showing up on your screen?
It is. It is now. Thank you.
Take a moment and review that, please.
What was that noise he made?
Okay.
How do you know that that's a text from Michael's phone to your phone?
Well, I recall the conversation, but it also says Michael at the top, and it has the picture that was.
We're so close, buddy. Thanks for offering to help with the something and checking on me, brother. I think I'm catching and gonna lay at home and watch TV.
Was assigned to his number.
By
That
your
makes
phone?
sense. Yeah, by my phone. It was, and I recall the conversation.
We are so close, buddy. What does that mean?
We're close.
He was very excited that he was finally going to get the money that he'd been waiting on from the federal government. And a lot of things had happened in between for the previous 2 months, maybe even 3 months. They had, what had been told was they were going through an audit And then at that point in time,
Objection. I'm going to object to what the federal government was going to do that calls for hearsay.
That's fine. We can just stop right there. Now, this is a text with you and somebody else. Who else is involved in this text?
it says Natalie Cochran on the text that I'm reading. But there's someone else on there as well. It looks like it says 2 people. And unfortunately,
When you can today, please, and we have we have the Smith House will cost us total, close and don't drag it out. Sounds good. We will have 1.8 billion in hand Wednesday. DFAS and bank confirmed. Congratulations. Yes. Making something. I can't say what it is.
unfortunately, I can't see the top of that.
Would a good guess be Jennifer?
It probably would be.
Okay. There's a reference in here.
Dunlap case.
If you could explain that to us. The Smith House? What's that about?
Yes, they,
Your Honor,
I was,
I'm going to object, but this,
Yeah, billion is milliarder in Danish. They have millions, billions. We have millions, milliarder.
so far, seems to be the financial case retried. What's the relevance of all of this?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to allow the state to proceed.
You asked.
The objection's overruled.
Tell us about the circumstances where this text came to pass.
so what had happened the year before in 2018, I don't know the exact dates of when they purchased or were attempting to purchase homes at Flat Top Lake. But Mike and Natalie were, because I was not a part of that transaction until the gist of what happened in the text. But they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake from the Smiths. I'm not sure both homes were from the Smiths. My understanding, they bought a home for themselves and a home for Natalie's parents. And they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake because of the issues with their company with not receiving their funds from the government. The government was shut down. There was an audit that was ongoing, is what I believed and was told. But because they weren't getting any money, what was happening?
To any testimony based on hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, well, he said that's what he believes, and I think that's good enough. And perhaps we can stray from what he was told, but he indicated what he believed, and I'm going to allow that. The objection's overruled.
For our purposes today, what was your involvement in the Smith house?
They were going to let the houses go back. It's not necessarily a repossession, but ultimately because the contract wasn't fulfilled and they weren't buying the homes, these pieces of real estate, they were going to let the Smiths take the homes back. And the idea was, what will it take for them just to take the homes back, because she didn't want the houses anymore.
And you helped with that?
Yes, Robert Dunlap represented the Smiths, and there was a resolution document that I believe he prepared. Not really for sure who prepared it, but there was a resolution document that ultimately got resolved. It didn't happen at that point in time. It happened later after Michael passed, but that's what that's referencing.
And you were part of the negotiating of that or resolving it?
Resolving it, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the 6th of February. Was that the first you were aware that there was a problem with Michael?
There were some other text messages.
No, guys came and got him out of the floor. Steph Hamilton on her way. Guys said it's just textbook like last time. That's interesting. I hope the defense gets that one in, because that implies that she had. It's the same. Of course, it's her saying it. He threw up in my sink and then collapsed, talking crazy. All vital or good though, just out of his head. Please keep me posted. I will head that way as soon as I can. No rush. Hamilton here. The guys carried him to the couch. Blood pressure back to normal. Heart rate. OX said everything okay. The contractor said he's been acting off all week. Have you noticed?
Between Natalie and I, and then there was a message from Mike as well that I think occurred earlier in the day.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I object to any text messages that are not being presented to us and they're not present in court.
Can I respond to
The
that?
references to
There's no legal requirement the state's aware of that you have to present text messages. He has firsthand knowledge of it. He can testify about it.
Not if he's reading the victims. That's a hearsay.
So this wasn't the first that I knew that. I believe the question was that I knew that something was wrong. Mike was. So this wasn't the first time that morning that I knew that.
So this is an update?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, by 103, you were asked a question. Take a look at that.
Yes.
Had you noticed any odd behavior from him?
I had not. And actually, that's in my response. He hasn't been around. My question was, has he been around anything? Because the earlier messages that she had noted, that Natalie had noted.
This is interesting. If they can get the contractors in and they confirm this, then it looks really good for her. If they deny it, it looks like she lied. The guy said he was wandering around Lowe's parking lot looking for his truck yesterday, and he had rode with them. He told them he felt high and dizzy. So for the defense sake, they probably they hopefully can come in and confirm that story.
It is that he was sick like last time because he had been he was sick in November. He was exposed, or my understanding was he was exposed to black mold while working on a rental home, and so that prompts the question, has he been around anything mold, and then into the supplements.
Did Michael express to you that he was sick because of mold exposure? Did that come from another source?
That initially came from Natalie, because what I was told is they found mold spores in his spinal fluid when they did some type of medical exam in November. And then later, Mike may have said that as well. I don't remember if it come from him directly. It more from him was about the story how they were working on the house and two contractors were there. They had masks. He did not.
The bottom of this text references Mexican supplements. Tell us what you know about Mexican supplements and Michael Cochran.
Unfortunately, I can't see the bottom of the text. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is the first time I've ever heard of about a Mexican supplement was on that day. Something that we were going to do together. And
Why is it skipping all the time?
Seizure medicine to the extent he was
There's also a reference to seizure medications.
supplements. Probably his workout.
Oh.
18. I'm sorry.
Why does it keep
May.
cutting off?
I'd never heard
Probably
Mike
just to
talk
feed.
anything about supplements from Mexico or anywhere else.
So the sole source of that information is the defendant.
That's correct. Excuse me.
Take a look at this one from about 1:15.
I apologize. On my screen, the first thing I see is
Whoa.
118. I'm so sorry.
Or 18. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And we'll just,
No, let's just read this part again. Rescheduled delivery. He's still non-responsive but snoring heavily. Stephanie thinks it was an adult febrile seizure. He refuses to take his seizure meds. Do you know when he stopped taking his meds? A month ago, I don't know when he restarted. The supplement I found the dropper in counter cabinet.
yeah, we'll just,
He said he would never be allowed to pilot with it on his med record.
Oh, that I mean, that's probably a true statement, right? If you're
I'm sorry. Yeah.
known to have
did
seizures,
Michael advise you of what
Yeah.
kind of
probably wouldn't
supplements
be
you
able to
take?
be a pilot.
No, Mike, when Mike would talk about his supplements with me, it was always his GNC, what he would take for his workout supplements. I mean, he never went into any detail about the specificity of the supplements. Probably the most specificity we got into it was he would talk about how Natalie prepared the supplements that he was taking and would then, in essence, manage those according to him.
There's also a reference to seizure medications. What's that about?
My understanding is from November, because of the exposure to black mold while he was at CAMC, there was a determination that he was now having seizures. And so he was prescribed seizure medication. And that's the reference.
November to February, do you know, did he talk to you about taking his seizure medication?
He talked to me about he talked about the seizure medicine to the extent he was working on his pilot's license. And that was something he really wanted to get. It was also something that he wanted to do in the future. And we talk about the seizure medicine, how he said, well, I'm not going to be able to fly. I'm not going to be able to do this. We would actually have a lot of dialogue about that because I'd encourage him. Obviously, I'm a pilot, and that was something that we were going to do together, and he'd enjoy it. And I would remind him and tell him, no, you'll still be able to fly. You may have a medical restriction or something like that, but you'd be able to fly. So we did discuss these seizure meds.
The last message I want you to review is this.
This is a friend of the victim.
Yeah, it's
And
one
he's
of his
also-
buddies. But it's funny how they don't read her text because, again, it could be her building a trail of lies to hide her crime, but it could also be read as she's asking questions because she don't understand what happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a couple things that came to your attention in this. One of which is the defendant reported to you that about his condition at the time.
He's still asleep. Your thoughts? He's snoring. Let him sleep it out. All vitals are good except blood pressure was still slightly high. Oh, I know this is too much information, but he wet himself while he was sleeping. That's not good. If she's hiding it and don't want to send him to the hospital, why send this text?
Yeah.
I don't
Con?
understand it.
That's correct.
And then she informs you that he wet himself. That's fine. Your Honor, we're good with that. Mr. Davis, did there come a time on February the 6th of 19 when you went to the Cochran house?
Yes.
How did that come to pass?
I was at my son's basketball game at Beckley Stratton and got a text from Natalie saying, asking me could I come by the house after the game. Through that dialogue, I'm not sure if I asked the question first or it was volunteer first.
He was also apparently against hospitals and didn't want to go. So, and she had a nurse at the house. We heard her this morning. Again, if he doesn't want to go, if he has had seizures before, normal treatment of seizure, if you're on seizure medication and you have some kind of seizure disease, it's when you're finished having your seizure, go get some rest. That's how you treat it. So again, it's hard for me to see this is super planned. And again, what drug does instantly knock him out?
But there was another family friend that was at the home at that time, Thomas Treadway, and she indicated Thomas thinks he's getting worse. Could you come by? Because we had been, my wife and I, we'd been texting through the day, like checking on how's he doing, what's going on. We're told vitals are good. People are here. He's fine. All these different things. And then I got that text. I don't remember the exact time, but I'm going to say probably around 6:30-ish or something like that, and asked me to come.
What did you do in response to that request?
Well, I said I could come immediately, and I ultimately went to the home.
When you arrived, what did you see?
So when I pulled in the driveway, there were multiple cars in there. Walk into the home, go into the house. It's fairly quiet. My impressions from that is because Mike's laying on the couch sleeping, but he's laying there and he's snoring. And so when I get there, of course, Natalie's there, Thomas Treadway's there, her
snoring
sister,
too.
Penny Carrico Lowry's there. Penny's husband is there as well. It seems like to me that maybe someone else, I thought that maybe their daughter Nikki was there. I just can't remember, but we're in the living room. They have a big, large living room. We walk in and they're just, people are standing there and he's on the couch.
Well, Rachel says weird. She calls all the friends, but not the doctor. Maybe he had been, we know he was aggressive when he woke up in the hospital. Maybe he liked to do the Sean Connery to her, and she wouldn't take the responsibility. That's why she calls the family and say, should I call an ambulance for him? I'm really not sure what to do. You know how he gets when he gets mad. Maybe that's, again, I can explain it both ways.
Do we
If
know?
if she was not the defendant and in a criminal case, and you knew he was an aggressive person when he woke up in the hospital, they had to restrain him.
Do we know that she hasn't called her friends and family previously? Because I mean, it doesn't.
No, because this is only one snapshot. That's what all we
Yeah,
have to go
that's what
by.
I mean.
But we
How do
now
we know
have,
that any other time that this happened that she didn't call over a friend or something before? I haven't heard anything, so.
it seems like they shared medicine. They picked up each other's prescriptions. The one she called this morning, well, we heard yesterday, one was an officer, the other one was a PA. Is that what you call them?
Yeah, physician's assistant.
So she called people who had knowledge. Why she's calling a lawyer, I don't get. But if it's not, take it out of the criminal court, and believe her when she believe the PA when she says he got aggressive in hospital, and he said I would never go back to a hospital. Maybe he's been sleeping all day. I probably should get him to a hospital, but you know how he gets. And if it's nothing, what is he going to do to me when he wakes up? I'm really scared, but should I do it? Come on. Maybe, could you? I could see a scenario like that play out as well. It's really hard for me to say this is clear indication of guilt. And would we, if she wasn't accused, would we rate her the same way? I don't know,
Yeah,
Jamie.
if he did just fine, would anybody be asking any of these questions?
Yeah. Or if he had the exact same thing happen to him 2 months before, where he had a seizure and then he went and slept. This time he just slept so long she got scared because he's been snoring away for 5 hours, and she really want to call the hospital, but he knows how he gets. That could also be an explanation. I'm just saying, reasonable doubt.
What did you think should take place at that point?
Well, my first question was, my text message says he's getting worse. And I want to know, what does that mean? What's
I don't know.
Worse?
Yeah,
so I asked, it was kind of, everybody was whispering because he's laying there and it's like, hey, what's going on? How's he worse? Well, he's just not responding. Okay.
The friends told us he was very violent when he
yeah, he was restrained earlier in the hospital.
And even the one lady testified that she wanted to make sure that he knew she was going to be there when she was given his temperature because she didn't want him to freak out. So I think that's where he was coming from, Old Dying Red.
Well, I have so much reasonable doubt that until I hear an ME tell me that there's clear signs that he was poisoned, I can swing it both ways. I'll have to be honest.
Once we hear that, it could possibly go, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, it's a fascinating case because you can see it in 5 different ways.
Take a moment. You're okay.
Difficult now because I know the outcome.
When you went to him, what did you do?
So I go over to him and I'm like, hey man, you need to wake up. Kind of shove him, wiggle him a little bit. We were told, Natalie had told us, because that's who it specifically came from, that he had fallen and hit his head earlier. So I'm actually looking for, like, do I see anything? And we've been told about this seizure that he supposedly had. And I don't know what happens when you have a seizure, the outcome, or, so I'm just looking. So I'm trying to kind of nudge him, wake him up, shake him. Hey man, you need to get up. You need to get up. Hey buddy, you got to talk to me. And he's just laying there, and it's he's non-responsive. He's just laying there. So at that point in time, I was just kind of looking at his face. I was worried about his head, and I asked, does he have a knot on his head? Is there anything on his head? Because he's laying on his back, so he's laying on his head. So I asked, is there a knot? Is there anything back there on his head? And I believe the responses were no. I'm looking like in his nose and like his ear to see if I maybe see blood or anything. Mike didn't like anybody to touch his face, and not that I'd have any time to touch his face, but I knew he didn't like people touching his face. And my understanding was that when he was younger, there was a fire and whatever the case. But so I tell him, and I'm like, hey man, I'm going to touch your head. If don't hit me, because his arm, I'm like, don't hit me.
Again, he apparently had some kind of aggression level that everyone was aware of. This is the second person who said, I was very sure to alert him so he didn't attack me.
And it was almost like I think we may have, almost like kind of smiled and laughed, like, hey, because it's Mike. I'm like, hey, buddy, don't hit me. I'm going to touch your head. And so I reached down and I looked in his eyes. I'm not really for sure what I was even looking for, to be honest. I was really looking for like maybe trauma, blood or something. And his eyes, they were fine. They weren't rolled back or anything like that. But anyway, and so after that, Thomas is standing there too. And Thomas does a sternum rub on him where he took his knuckle, rubbed his sternum. And I just remember saying, man, hey buddy, we'll take you to the hospital. We'll take you to the hospital. So you gotta help me here. Are you okay? What's going on? Are y'all, and so no response. At that point in time, I went down to his feet. My father had a massive stroke years ago. And I just remember the doctors told us then,
about statements by doctors, about fathers, I object to that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can continue.
thank you, Your Honor. So ultimately I go to his feet and like rub the bottom of his feet, because my understanding, if you were to do that, how the feet respond, the toes respond, can indicate something, a brain injury or a head injury or something like that. And I remember that because of what my dad went through. So I did that on both of his feet, and it was clear that something was wrong. And I was like, he's got to go to the hospital
Because you rubbed
and
his
he's got to
feet?
go now.
No, it's a response where when you kind of, if you put your thumb against the underside of the foot, the nerves will, if you don't have, it's a way to test that you don't have nerve damage.
I know,
it's a
but if
response.
he's not a doctor or knows what he's
No, but he said
looking
my
for-
dad had a massive stroke, and that you can test the. It's kind of like, if you're gonna do first aid, what's the first thing you do? You check the
Yeah, but-
airwaves, and then before you check the airwaves, you take the ear lobe and you twist it as hard as you can, because that is a pain receptor. If you're anywhere near consciousness, you will wake up. It's basically first aid.
I understand that. I just don't know why he's testifying to that when
Because his
it's
dad
not-
had a massive stroke and he remembered
I
the
get
dog.
that, but what I'm saying is like he's
Because he
not
did
a
it.
medical professional.
No, but he said, I did that test because I had been told. He's not
Mhm.
saying that this is medically certain. He just did it and something was wrong. And that's why he wanted him to the hospital. So, the sternum rub. Yeah, that they did that with my dad, and that's when they start pumping because he didn't respond to that. That's a good one too. That's when you know the brain is kind of gone if they don't respond to it. So the reason why he's testifying to it is because he had picked that up somewhere along the way, and then he tried. He probably couldn't tell you why it does what it does, but he probably been told that the feet should grab if you do the.
I know,
So
but I personally wouldn't want somebody testifying to that, saying that something's wrong. I knew something was wrong because I did this thing that I did to somebody else before. Because honestly, I mean, I don't know. Like if I've did something
No, but-
to somebody, I don't really know what I'm like really what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't.
No, but he's testifying. When I did this is when I thought, now we need an ambulance. So it's just to tell you why he had that train of
Yeah,
thought.
I
Or
get that.
he couldn't tell you that it's because I thought he had the monkeypox or anything. He just know, according to what I believed, I thought a hospital was a good place to go. And it's the same. Probably if you see a man without an arm, you don't know why you think he should go to the hospital, but probably a good idea if it's bleeding.
Did you enforce that command?
That's not true. She loves her cricket.
He was going to the hospital. And so I don't want to say I enforced that on anyone, but I remember a question is, you really think he should go? Yes, he needs to go, and he's going to go now, and I'm going to take him. And that's exactly what I did.
Had you ever taken him
Because
to
you
the
didn't
hospital
stop
before?
him?
I had the November incidents that we're referring to, the exposure to black mold. He went to the hospital. It was close,
Yes,
like maybe
full
like a
time,
Wednesday,
exactly.
Friday. I can't remember, real close in time. And those two times he was,
It's not his lawyer, it's his buddy.
Well, he is
He
a
is-
lawyer.
He is a lawyer, but he's also a human being who has friends. I know with the lawyers we know, kind of hard to believe, but some lawyers might have friends.
he was sick. He, again,
Yeah, why didn't this guy then call 911? Because if I thought he has a massive brain injury, I wouldn't move him a centimeter. I would call 911 so you know that he's stabilized and oxygenated and all of that stuff. That's more weird that I'm just going to bump him in my car and ride him down to the hospital. I can understand why he did the pain test, but why take the responsibility of moving a man if you believe he has brain damage? That's more weird.
Wasn't feeling well and throwing up. And I went to his house, and you could tell obviously he wasn't feeling good. He was struggling. And he said he wanted to go. He said, I want to go to the hospital. Take me to the hospital.
And that was in November of 18?
Yes.
Was there another time you took him to?
Those were close. They were twice in the same incident. He went to CAMC at first, and then came home for a few days, and then was still sick, not feeling well, and then went back to CAMC.
Can I have just a moment, please?
So they wanted to get in that he liked going to hospitals. But still, it's weird. Why not call an ambulance? Especially when you have...
Sometimes it's a lot quicker to just take them yourself versus waiting.
Yeah,
for
but
an ambulance to
brain
show up.
injuries?
Yeah. Well, I mean, did they know that? I
No,
mean,
but
I
that's
can
what-
understand not moving somebody who's like,
But that's what the pain test is to see if you have
February the 6th of 2019. Had you been at the Cochran house?
Yes. On my way to work, my wife had me drop off a flu care package is what I thought it was.
if you're doing the pain test is to check that the nervous system is working. And if you get so upset for the result, why wouldn't you get someone so you're sure if he has an injury to his head, if he has a massive concussion, it's probably not good going out in a car bumping around. That's the thing I have a little bit.
Because we were told that Natalie was sick and not feeling well. And I don't remember the time, but I wasn't in the Cochran home. I went to their house. At the front of their house, they had these doors that were almost kind of they were glass doors. They looked like they both open. I don't know if they both open or not. I think one of them maybe open.
He had a black mole infestation from a house they were renovating.
And so I opened the door, put the bag there, and left. I didn't see anybody, or wasn't in the home until later.
So the first time you were at the Cochran house, you stayed outside. The second time was when you went inside, and that ended up with a trip to the hospital.
That's correct.
Did you look in the bag that you dropped off?
I did not.
Where'd you get the bag?
My wife.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Davis, you testified on direct that on February 5th of 2019, Michael was a normal Michael. Like, no problems, no nothing.
I don't remember any problems he was having on the 5th.
Do you remember Michael on October 30th of 2018?
Not specifically to that day.
Okay. Would there be something that would alert you to Michael being ill or Michael being sick or not himself or anything like that?
I don't remember that specific day. Are you referencing, is that when he went to the hospital in what I believe to be the 1st of November?
The day before he went to the hospital in October of 2018.
No, I don't recall the day before without any type of something to refresh that.
Nothing, however, would indicate that he was so sick that he would have to go to the hospital on October 30th, right?
Not that I recall.
And yet on October 31st, he
reasonable
was in a
doubt.
hospital with some pretty serious conditions, wasn't he?
I don't recall the specific date you're giving, so that's why I can't answer your question. But this is in reference to when he was hospitalized at CAMC.
Okay.
Then you would be correct. He was hospitalized for several days for the black mold and the seizure.
Hold on, Mr. Davis. He went to the hospital on October 1st. On October 31st.
No, he must have been carried because he was sleeping and he didn't wake up and he didn't respond to pain. If you don't respond to pain, you're not going to wake up. That's why you do pain inducement when when you find someone who's unconscious or you think could be unconscious, because if you can feel pain, you will wake up and, oh, what's going on? So he's not walking around. They must have carried him to a car. That's another thing. If you need to carry him into a car and then drive him to the hospital, I know EMTs can be volunteers, but still, it just seems a little. He's a strapping lad. He's a bodybuilder. He's probably not that easy to move.
And you don't recall anything as far as October 30th, whether he was in sad shape, whether he was in good shape, or anything of the nature?
I don't. I just
Okay.
remember
You
the day
don't.
he was sick. He was
The answer
sick and
is you
throwing up.
don't. Is that right? Yes or no?
Repeat the question, please.
The question is, you don't recall whether he was good, bad, indifferent, or whether he felt bad, or anything of that kind. Yes or no?
The day before he went to
Right.
the hospital?
That's right.
I don't recall the day before he went to the hospital.
But then he went back to the hospital on November the 2nd. Do you remember how he behaved on November 1st?
Yes, he was. He wasn't feeling well. He was sick. The days between when he went to see AMC the first time,
He was sick that day?
and he came home, and he was home and sick for the next 2 days, whatever that day is, and then
And that's why he
went
went
back
to the hospital.
the second time. Correct.
Okay. And you said that on, I guess, February 5th, he did not appear to be in any distress or anything of that kind.
I think what I said is I don't recall
Okay.
he was in distress on the 5th. I don't remember the 5th unless there's a specific event or place or time. I don't remember the 5th.
Do you remember talking to Lieutenant Bledsoe, who interviewed you in this case, on or about, March 22nd, 2019?
I do.
Is it true that you told Lieutenant Bledsoe that in February of 2019, you observed Michael Cochran to mentally struggle while he was assisting you in installing a ceiling fan? Remember that?
I don't remember the statement specifically, but I do remember the event. We were putting a ceiling fan up in my house, and he would do the wiring.
I asked you, Mr. Davis, please listen. I asked you whether do you remember that conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe?
I don't remember the specific conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe.
Do you remember? Well, all right. Is it true that in February of 2019, Michael Cochran was struggling mentally and was not feeling good?
He was stressed, waiting on his money.
I didn't ask you that.
And
I asked
so
you whether
I don't.
yes or no, sir. Did he act mentally? Did he struggle mentally? Tell me yes or no.
I believe that again, he was definitely struggling because of his stress.
I didn't
of
ask
what
you
was
why,
going on.
sir.
So I do believe he was
Your
struggling
Honor,
mentally.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Please instruct the witness to answer my question.
I think he did answer it towards the last. So let's move on.
Did he appear sick to you?
No, he didn't appear sick.
You observed him as having outbursts of stress and anger that wasn't like him. True? That's what you
Yeah.
told the officer, isn't it?
I don't recall what I told the officer and what you're reading from, but if I told the officer that, that would probably be true. And because again, he was very stressed.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge of Michael Cochran taking any type of supplements or any type of steroids or anabolics to further his bodybuilding physique?
Mike took supplements. He did not, to my knowledge, take steroids or anabolics
Okay.
For that purpose.
Okay.
It was generally workout supplements is what he referred to.
He took supplements. And
I hope they can prove something with those. They need some website where he bought tests or something, because if they just keep throwing out supplements to help with his bodybuilder physique, that's also you better prove it to me. His last name is
did
Victor.
Michael have a seizure either in October of 2018 or November 2018?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I was never told that.
But on November the 2nd of 2006, he went to the hospital with the conditions eerily similar, if not identical, to the conditions that you saw him in on February the 6th. Would that be a case?
I didn't know Mike in 2006. I don't know.
I mean,
any
no,
incident.
2006. I'm sorry, sir. In 2018, on November the 2nd, he went to the hospital with the same or extremely similar conditions that you found him in February of 2019.
No, he did not.
No, he did not.
Because in February of 2019, he was unresponsive. In November of 2018, he was talking to me, vomiting, and participating in wanting to go to the hospital. So they were two different.
So if there was testimony that he was sleeping in the hospital, perhaps under some type of anesthesia or some type of medication, that would not be true? Or would that be true?
I don't think I understand your question. When is he sleeping in the hospital? That
In
you're referring to?
November of 2018, when he is in the hospital, between November the 2nd and the November the 6th, there was a time when he was asleep in the hospital.
He was on anti-seizure medication.
Do you remember that time? You were there with him, I presume.
I'm sure he was asleep when he was in the hospital. I don't remember any particular time that you're referencing. When he went to the hospital, they treated him. And was he in the hospital and treated at some time and sleeping in the hospital? I think that's probably true.
Now, was he sleeping in some form of induced coma, or was he in some type of under some type of medication? Do you know?
I have no idea. I know that he goes to the hospital, they admit him, and they're treating him, and he is in the hospital.
And then they tell you, because you told the police officer, that Michael, well, let's start with that. Michael is combative, right? Michael doesn't want to be in a hospital.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in the hospital. Are we referencing November?
Did he want to be in a hospital in November of 2018?
He asked me to take him to the hospital while he was in the hospital. Did he want to leave the hospital? Yes.
Did he claim that he would never go back to the hospital to you?
He was the one who took him to the hospital.
Over the 10 years I knew him, he probably claimed several times he didn't want to go back to the hospital.
Now, you learned that Michael may have had a mass on his brain, didn't you?
That's correct. That's what we were told while we were waiting in the hospital in November.
Okay. And then the diagnosis.
Jamie, are you on the phone with work, or what did he say? A mass?
A mass on his brain. It's like a tumor.
Oh, so they saw something that could be a tumor. Okay, that's a
something.
mass. Mass is
A mass is. Yeah, when they say mass too, it could be anything. I mean, just probably something in the little CAT scan that shows it's like a deformity.
Yeah, it's some shadow on a
kind of
something.
tumor, yeah, ish thing.
Yeah.
Was somewhat changed to the swelling of the brain, correct?
That's probably correct. I don't remember that specifically. We didn't have interaction with the doctors. We're being told these things. So I just don't remember that specifically.
But you learned that Michael had a whole series of extremely serious medical conditions as he was discharged from the hospital.
No, my understanding is that he had seizures. He was exposed to black mold, and through that they determined he has seizures, and he was placed on medicine. That's the only medical conditions that we were ever told.
All right, let me ask you this. You learned that he had encephalopathy, right? Brain swelling. Did you or did you not?
I don't recall that diagnosis,
You don't recall.
but I would
Okay.
defer to
Do
those
you-
medical
do you-
records.
If you don't
and if they
recall,
say it, then I believe
Mr.
it
Davis,
exists.
Your Honor, Mr. Davis, I asked you a simple question. Do you recall being told that Michael had encephalopathy? Do you or don't you?
I was never told his diagnosis.
Okay. No, any diagnosis?
Other than he had seizures and was exposed to black mold.
Okay. Were you told that he had seizure-like activities? Were you or not?
I was told he had seizures.
Okay.
I wasn't told in your
Yes
word.
or no,
he had-
sir?
I'm answering your question. You
Yes
said that
or no?
he has seizure-like
Yes or no, Mr.
activities.
Davis?
And I
Your
never
Honor,
was told he had
please
seizure-like
instruct the
activities.
witness to answer my question.
Mr. Victor, post-question, please.
Did you learn that he had seizure-like?
What's a seizure-like activity?
Is that symptoms of his, like, what happens when you have a seizure? I mean, that's what
Yeah, I
I
thought,
assume
you
it
have
would be.
seizure-like activities. Okay, so go on the floor and make the worm.
Yeah.
Activity prior to going to the hospital, Mr. Davis? Yes or no?
Going to the hospital in November?
Yes?
No, no.
No. All right. Did you learn?
Apparently, they claimed that he had black mold spores in his spinal fluid, so that could probably give you a little bit more than a runny nose if it's true.
That he had conditions such as urinary retention, chronic sinusitis, confusion, brain swelling. Did you learn about these conditions?
No.
No. Okay. So if you told Lieutenant Bledsoe otherwise, that would not be true, right?
Again, I would defer to the medical records. If those medical records said that, and at some point in time I recalled that through the medical record and repeated that, then it would be accurate. I'm saying today I don't recall hearing those specific diagnoses.
Did you know?
No, and that's why he's asking these questions, because the state used him as an expert in his health, but he doesn't know all of this, and they probably have his medical records where all of these diagnoses are noted down. That's why he's going through this. He's just doing it in an inelegant way. I don't think he's getting across what he really wants to say.
No.
That
He's just
Mr.
yelling at
Cochran
the guy.
Yeah.
Was prescribed medication for encephalopathy by Dr. Ward. Did you know that or not?
Is that seizure medicine?
Did you know? Well, did you know that he was prescribed the medication for brain swelling by Dr.
Brandon, when has it ever stopped you if I said no?
Yeah. When has it ever stopped you, Brandon?
Ward? Did you or not?
I don't know if I know. He was prescribed seizure medicine. I don't know if that's what that is, Mr. Vicker. If it is, then yes, I knew it. If it's not seizure medicine, then no, I did not know.
Okay. Did you know whether he religiously took that medication as prescribed by the doctor? Did you? Or did you not?
We were told by Natalie that he stopped taking
No,
the
I'm
medicine.
not asking you about Natalie. Did you know from Mr. Cochran or from anybody else but Natalie that he was taking that medication as ordered by the doctor?
Yes, he indicated to me he was taking his seizure medication in December.
Okay. How about January?
He never specifically told me he was taking it or he was not taking it. And that our conversations were more about flying as it related to the seizure medicine.
Prior to February the 6th, you were advised that Natalie Cochran had a flu and she was sick. Yes or no?
On February, yes, prior to February 6th, she was sick
Right.
with flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms. And you were also advised that Mr. Cochran was sick that day. Yes or no?
On February 6th? Yes.
Okay. As you sit here today, you do not know what caused Mr. Cochran's condition on February the 6th. You have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no personal knowledge.
Now, did you know that he was taking a whole slew of medications, other such as, for example, Keppra? Do you know what Keppra is?
I have no clue. And I knew no medicine that he was taking other than when he would reference seizure medicine. Outside that, I didn't know
Have you seen
any
Donna
other
T
medicine.
today?
Did you know
Hi, Donna.
that he was
You're supposed to say
Diagnosed
no. I haven't seen her
with
all day.
an acute
She
respiratory
said something
failure
to us earlier.
when he was
I
in
thought
the
you
hospital.
pulled it up.
The joke is she was writing. You guys see my writing? Just checking. Let's do it over again. So she doesn't. Hey, Jamie, have you seen Donna T today?
Who?
Donna T.
No.
Oh, I
I'm
think
kidding.
it hasn't been around for a while.
I think we were told by Natalie he had that.
How about convulsive status epilepticus, epilepsy, perhaps? Did you know that?
I don't recall ever hearing that from anyone.
So if those were the diagnoses from the hospital,
Yeah, he's on Keppra and something else that both are anti-seizures.
in February of 2019, you
I
wouldn't
am
have any reason
amazing, Bahala.
to debate the
My
knowledge of the
timing is
medical experts.
impeccable.
You're correct. I don't know what the diagnosis was.
Now, and I'm very sorry to hear that, but your son, I understand,
I didn't
was,
say that. I said I didn't know that.
afflicted with diabetes 1. Right?
That's correct.
I think Brendan's wife is
Is
running
he an
his,
adult now, sir?
account today.
I mean,
He thinks he
Okay.
is. He's 19 and yes, he's as much of an adult I guess he can be.
Okay. And you had in your possession always some form of medication, such as insulin, that would.
No, we don't always have that in our possession. No, he wears an insulin pump.
Right.
And it houses the insulin.
Okay.
But yes, do we always have insulin, say for instance, at our home? Yes.
Okay.
If we traveled a long distance, we would have it with us. That's correct. You know, he's in college, so he has it with him.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Were you ever tasked, sir, with injecting your son with the Humalog insulin so as to maintain his life and his
Yes.
regular condition?
Yes.
How much of that Humalog
I
would
knew
you
by far.
inject, sir?
It was situation specific. So what would happen is you would only inject the insulin necessary to combat the carbs to which he was ingesting.
Right.
So, you may inject 1 unit. My
And-
wife was much better at this, but if he ate 20 carbs, the ratio may be 1 to 20. So it depends on what he ate, how much you
And
inject.
we're talking about a little vial or less than a vial.
For a 1 injection,
Right.
it could be, if he, like I said, if he ate crackers, you may only give him 3 units and 3 units would be.
No, they're not saying anything. They're just asking people who know stuff about insulin. How much insulin does it take to instantly knock out a 240-pound man, or how big he was? Because that's a good thing too. Because according to the state, is how he passed out from the insulin. And I'm not diabetic. I've never touched insulin. I don't know anything about it. So I was just thinking, okay, you pass out if you get too much insulin. I know you can go into a diabetic coma and stuff like that. But yeah, that's going to be a good thing to get in there. How much insulin would she have pumped into him, and why wouldn't he notice she was stabulating him with a needle?
Yeah, I don't think asking him about how his son injects it or whatever makes any sense, because I see
No.
too is
They
like,
should wait for a doctor.
yeah, because it's like not gonna, you're just grasping at straws. Like, he doesn't know. He's not gonna know because
No,
everybody is
he's just-
different.
Yeah, and he's just like, well, we just treat the sugar level, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, and they
I'm
base it
holding my
off
hand
of
up
what
'cause I'm-
he's eating, so it all
Yeah.
depends. But yeah,
Yeah, but do you instantly, the second she injects it, fall over, bangs your head, and pass out on the floor? Because that's what you have to believe. If there's a 5-minute delay, why didn't he turn around, slap her, call the police, said my wife just stabbed me? That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's another little thing you can raise reasonable doubt about.
it's weird
Envision
because you don't
needle,
inject
right, 3 units
insulin
would
into
be-
your veins. It's just going into like
Yeah, it's going
people
into
do it in their
the fatty
stomach or
tissue.
something. Yeah, fatty
Yeah.
tissue.
Small.
How about did he ever need more than 3 units?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Again, that's
how much-
situational specific.
Well, all right. Situation. What was the largest amount of Humalog that you ever injected, you or your wife ever injected into your son's body? Well, show us. This much, that much.
I couldn't answer that because
10 units, 12 units.
I think those are possible. You got to remember when you're injecting him with insulin and he was dependent upon using needles, he would get anywhere from 5 to 6 to 10 injections a day.
Right.
So if you take that and multiply that by a year and a half or 2 years or whatever it is, I couldn't tell you the max we ever gave him. Nor can I tell you the minimum we ever gave him.
Tell me what a unit is, just for.
It is.
Is it in milligrams? Is it in nanograms? Is it in decagrams? What is it?
I have no clue.
Okay.
It's a little line on a needle.
Okay.
And so
That's how I
have no
feel.
clue how-
Even
Yeah.
in
And,
the,
and how did that cumulative
whatever
react
that thing
after about
says,
50
that's what I always say.
after about
How
20
much should
minutes?
it take?
It would,
This much? Okay.
I don't know
How
the
much is
reaction
that?
time.
I don't know.
I know that what
Yep,
we
I don't know.
what we tried to do was to determine what insulin he was going to need and try to give him a shot 15 to 20 minutes before he would.
Oh, Brandon, look who just stepped up and started running for mod of 2025.
Oh,
Hmm.
I mean, we
Right.
do,
Because
but I wouldn't take
fast-acting
it.
insulin. And so
That's for sure.
No.
you know, I really don't know the specifics of how it
Listen to us,
metabolizes
you'll
or
be dead
what it
before
does. I
most
can
of the
tell you
cases
that
we cover.
our
Be
son
dead
now
before dinner.
with the pump that he can eat 100 carbs, his 2 Big Macs, and his blood sugar will go up. And as it's
Why is he
reacting
eating 2
to
Big
the
Big
insulin
Macs if
level,
he has
levels up.
diabetes?
We're in a murder case now. We're talking about Big Mac.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, I think this defense lawyer, I like him sometimes, but he has a tendency to go too far.
Come down.
Yeah, he
It
gets a
could
little
be
deep.
Hours.
He never dropped on the floor or dropped unconscious after you injected him with a Humalog, did he?
Oh, praise the Lord. No, he did not, because it was administered to him correctly.
Right. I note, like with the other gentleman who
Yeah, if 2 Big Macs is 200 carbs, I'm eating Big Macs from now on.
That's 200 carbs. That is a lot.
All medical advice in this chat is 100% accurate and was audited by the Surgeon General and the FDA, allegedly.
Yeah.
testified here earlier that you were in phenomenal physical shape. You
Flattery
must
get
be-
you nowhere, Mr. Victor.
you must be working out, Mr. Davis.
I don't work out, but I appreciate the compliment.
Have you ever worked
Oh,
out? with
this guy.
Michael Cochran?
No,
No.
no.
You've never participated in any sports events that would require.
Have
Oh, I'm
you
very
ever been
aware,
to
Pixie.
have you ever been to a Turkish bath? Have you seen a naked man? You want to?
Pumping
I'll
iron
work out
or-
later.
No, we never pumped iron together.
Okay. But you know that Michael Cochran was
I
Was a
love that he
bodybuilder.
keeps calling it
Did you know
pumping
that?
iron.
He was in great physical shape and took care of his body. I didn't know him to ever participate in bodybuilding. So to say he's a bodybuilder, but Mike was in great shape.
but he participated in the Toughman contest.
Yes, he did. And won.
And winning.
Yes.
He also
Toughman.
participated in what is it, track pulling competitions or something like that.
Oh, so he was a strongman. He wasn't a bodybuilder. Okay.
Oh,
Where great physical strength was required.
Oh yeah, he would participate in those things. I don't remember him ever doing a truck pull, but I know he would participate in those type of I think like a Spartan event, like Spartan
What
events.
what year would he participate in those? Like 2018, 2019, 2017?
I don't remember the years.
Would it be at the time when his heart was about to burst because he had a mass on his heart or mass on his? I mean, when his brain was about to burst because he had a mass on his brain,
oh my
or he had
lord.
brain swollen.
I don't remember what year he participated in those events. If he had that medical condition at some time in the past,
Did he
I'm
do
unaware
it
of
when
that.
his
Did you
brain
ever
was
tell you
about
that his
to
heart- that He
burst?
had any heart condition?
He's so
No, he did not.
crazy.
Did you ever know about his heart condition?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever seen him in a seizure type of a situation?
I've never seen him in a seizure.
I can't remember the last time I ate a Big Mac. I don't think they're that good.
No, I'm not. I'm more of a give me a baconator.
Oh, I had the Carl's Jr. version of Baconator.
When you went to Miss
wasn't good.
Cochran's house on November the 6th, sir, who was there? Who was present?
Thomas Treadway. Oh,
I'm
I'm sorry.
Did I say November?
I thought he said. I thought you meant February. I apologize.
Strike that. Apologize to the jury. February the 6th.
Sure.
Who was present in the Cochran's home, sir?
I remember Thomas Treadway, Natalie, Mike,
I
Penny,
will bump you up.
and then Penny's husband, Mario.
Several people, right? So,
Yes, and now I think Mario may have been outside when I first got there,
Sure.
but at one point in time, he's in the home in the living room. So those are the people there, and it seems like there was someone else, but
how about the children?
I thought, but I may not. I don't remember. I don't specifically remember seeing Ashton or Nikki directly, but it seemed like I thought I may have saw Nikki, but I don't remember.
Natalie wasn't there alone with Mr. Cochran.
No, those people were there with
Several
her.
people.
I think I had a Sprite lemon
So it didn't look to you like
or Swift lemon.
somebody was trying to hide the medical condition of Mr. Cochran or conceal it from other people.
At that point in time, I didn't think anything different other than he was not feeling well and doing worse and was
Okay.
there.
All right. Did you see any syringes when you were there?
I don't recall seeing any syringes.
Did you see any vials of insulin when you were there?
I don't recall seeing insulin.
Okay. Was there a time when you and Mr. Hamilton or Ms. Hamilton have to hold Michael down when he started moving
On February the
February
6th? No.
Was he
He
ever-
was unresponsive the
was
whole time I
unresponsive.
saw him on February 6th.
Okay. And in November, you had to do that. November, when he was in the hospital in November, you had to do that, right?
There was a time in the November events that, yes, when he was in the hospital, he was in the bed, and it wasn't just me and Mr. Hamilton. I think Jonathan Bowen was there. I mean, Jason Bowen was there at that time. He was one of their contractors. Yeah, and he was in the bed, and I remember we were, in essence, holding him down to try to say, look, you have to stay in the bed.
Did you, well, I presume you, in that friendship that lasted.
But that's, again, he can have white coat syndrome. So it could just be he doesn't like hospitals. My dad, even though he used to work as an EMT for 42 years, no, more than that. No, around that, 42 years, I think, before they fired him. He had to do his blood pressure at home because he had white coat syndrome. He got angry every time he saw his doctor. She's a cunty bit, but he had to do his blood pressure at home. So some people just can't handle hospitals, and it's a medical, a psychological thing. So again, it's move on, counselor.
Yeah.
Some nine years or so, you had more than enough opportunities to eat meals with Ms. Cochran, Mr. Cochran, have dinners, lunches, and whatnot. Was he ever? Did you ever observe for him to use any medication with his meals, supplements, steroids, anything of that kind?
Well, I can answer the last part of your question. I never saw him use a steroid or anything like that. Did he ever take supplements while we had meals over the last 9 years? I don't. I'm sure that after a meal.
Why would you take your supplements with your meal and you don't take roids with your meal? You shoot up at home in your bathroom. I know back in the days they injected themselves in the bathrooms at the gym, which was ridiculous. How nasty. I went to some crazy gyms back in the 90s, but they were nasty where there was blood on the walls and everything. But you just take it at home. Why sit and do it at a dinner table? And I take my vitamins and all of that in the morning when I get out of bed. I put my creatine in my water bottle at the gym. I don't sit at dinner and, oh, by the way, I had my chicken and rice. Now let me eat my supplements when I have guests over.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do it in front of people. That's stupid. Yeah, especially when you don't like your doctor. Could be. Other than my lactose, whether I have to take within 30 minutes of eating dairy, only one of seen me take other med supplements is hobby. Yeah, and you probably don't know half of what you're taking, because you don't sit there in front of him and say, "Hey, honey, up." You'll just pop it in the kitchen or wherever you keep them.
Yeah.
I puked on a phlebotomist when I was like 15, and I just wake up to her telling my mother, "Don't worry, ma'am, I deal with this every night at the bar." Did you go to a bar when you were 15 and puked on this lady?
Or during a meal.
Yeah, I know. Most are, but I take creatine because it's also good for your mind, because it retains fluids. So, and that's proven. And then I take some whey protein. The rest is just vitamin pills.
Probably saw Mike take medicine, whatever that would be for a headache or whatever. We had a lot of meals together. And so I just don't recall.
Tash, I hope it was from the Ohio State University, so they can follow in Auntie Jamie's footsteps
Nope.
and
Has to be
become
from
Cornhuskers.
University of Michigan Wolverines. Those Cornhuskers. 80s is
Jamie
going to
like a
get
good
mad at
husking
you.
in the
You need
corn.
to say it right. No, Cornhuskers are Nebraska.
It's the same
Buckeyes.
thing to me. Tell me the two differences between Ohio and Nebraska.
I don't care for either, so.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the same thing.
But it's possible. I did see him take something after a meal.
Did you ever notice that Mr. Cochran had his own place where he kept his own medication in the Cochran's home?
No, I don't recall ever seeing where he kept his medication.
Did you ever have Natalie Cochran keep the insulin for your son at her home?
No, there'd be no reason for her to keep my son's insulin.
I understand that she was allowed to pick up her insulin for your son because your wife, and I presume you, trusted her so much with the insulin that she could give to your son.
Well, she never gave, to my knowledge, insulin to my son. Whether or not she could pick up the medicine, that my wife would know that more than I would know that. I don't know. I mean, if there's an authorization that says she's allowed to pick it up, then that'd be true.
Okay.
But she never gave, I don't recall any time where Natalie ever gave Gavin insulin.
What was the, well, and again, I'm not going to say absolutely anything negative about your son or anything like that. I'm just going to ask you whether your son and your family had a plan for treatment of the diabetes.
I'm going to get some water before.
If you and your wife were not capable or not able to give him the medication that he needed.
Well, the plan was that one of us would always do that. So there was no plan outside of my wife and I.
So there was never any indication that Natalie Cochran would be allowed to do anything with the insulin and your son.
I don't think I quite understand your question.
I mean, if you and your wife could not give your son the medicine, insulin, that
Correct.
he obviously would need, was Natalie Cochran ever entitled or ever given the right by you to treat him with insulin?
No, I never asked her to treat him with insulin.
Okay. All right.
But did she?
That bag that you left at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, that you didn't look inside, do you know if she ever found that bag, or whether she ever looked inside, or whether she ever used the contents of it?
Is she, are we referring to Natalie?
Well, yeah, Miss Cochran.
Okay.
Do you know?
I know
First hand.
The bag was not there where I left it earlier in the day when I returned. What happened to the bag? I have no idea.
Okay. All right. If I may have a second.
Yeah. A little buddy needs to wrap it up.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, redirect Mr. Truman.
Good job.
Defense counsel asked you if, or implied that because there were so many people, that there was no attempt to hide Michael Cochran's condition. You recall that question?
I do.
Not only did she not try to hide it, she sent this picture to a whole bunch of people, including Jennifer Davis, correct?
Correct.
Our state moves to state 6, which I cleverly forgot to do.
Any objection?
I'm sorry.
It's number 6. State's number 6.
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Fisher?
I mean, I do feel bad for the
No, Your Honor,
guy.
thank you.
Don't
Is
start.
the witness be excused?
His
As
friend.
far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. You may step down. You are excused. Would counsel and the defendant come up, please?
They showed him a picture. They showed him that picture of Michael on the floor. And I saw him start tearing up. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was on the screen. I think Baker has it turned up high too, so it looks like he ran out of there. Yeah, he just briefly showed him that picture on the screen, and then I saw him like look and kind of start tearing up. And then whoever this is, crying too.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We need to,
He's getting on. We'll take our mid-afternoon break right now. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. We'll break for 10 minutes. If you will go with the bailiff to your jury room, please.
Yeah, that guy was his friend and the neighbor. Oh, I don't know who the redheaded lady was. Not sure who that was. I don't know if his kids are there or what they, I don't know anything about his kids, if they're supporting her or what's going on. They went on break. No, I mean, it could be. I think they have 2 kids, 2 adult kids now. Maybe, not sure. Yeah. I don't know where Baker went. But they better stop wasting their time with all these, civilians. I want to hear some of the doctor medical information. Because that's what's going to determine.
I want to hear his
my
talk screen.
opinion. Yeah.
His talk screen.
I want to stop listening to them asking these people what they, did you know? I mean, I don't know. Did you know he was taking these medications? Did you know this? Just let's get
Yeah.
the doctor stuff already. Come on now.
Yeah, it was a fun bar. That's what gay means. Fun. No, I was getting some water and then I thought, well, I can squeak in a quick bio break and I couldn't.
No, they're on break now.
Yeah, we are going to send a strongly worded letter. Marissa is typing it up for us. She's our
Yeah.
secretary.
Say chip, chop, chip. Let's get to the meat of the case and
Maybe
hear some
they're
of
hiding
medical
the
stuff.
fireworks till the end.
Possibly. They probably want to end with all the medical stuff. Be like,
Yeah.
boom.
But they didn't get into this till like 3 or 4 weeks later. So his talk screen probably didn't show that much interesting stuff.
I don't know. That's why I'm very curious.
Yeah, we only tough in chat. Yeah, you can poke holes in everything. That's why I'm wondering, why are we bringing these people in to talk about, oh, she canceled a meeting. Everyone else she told, I'm sick. I would cancel a meeting if I was sick. I wouldn't fly to Lynchburg or whatever it is.
Especially if you, I mean, if it's true that she had like the flu, like, oh,
Yeah.
the flu is the worst. That's not just your normal everyday cold.
Oh, they don't normally have the cases on live TV. Interesting.
I feel like I've seen one, but yeah, it's not a state that has a lot of coverage.
Brandon, his remaining family members made a pact to never procreate, so he don't get no grandson. And no, he didn't even have a kid. So, but his family members swore a pact that they would never recreate anything, so the family line would die with them. Interesting facts, but I know stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird. Did she seem sick when everyone came over? Just thinking about that now. We never heard anything about that. We know her neighbor were concerned enough to send this guy over with a flu package. So again, I know it's all, and they promised us it would all be circumstantial, but normally circumstantial should be a little more pointing the finger in some direction that there was foul play. Her not calling the medic, with what we know about his medical history, he has had seizures before. He's on seizure medication. What people have said in chat, that if you have a seizure, you normally will rest later. She then becomes so worried that she calls the PA to come over and give the medical stuff. Oh, and by the way, yeah, there's a new Lively Baldoni lawsuit today. I'm probably not going to read it. It's 172 pages long. I'll probably take and do a shortened version. What one of the two states began doing the West Virginia seceded from Virginia because they wanted to go with the North.
All rise. You may be seated.
I was told this yesterday.
Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring in the jury there.
Yeah, and again, I just have if they called the daughter or the son or whatever kids they had, I would like to know, how is every day going on in that house?
Okay.
Is it just her living with this every day and don't think about it, or was it highly unusual?
Yeah.
I have a hard time putting a timeline together in my head. The Baldoni Blake Lively papers is 172 pages. What was the second state? I don't know. It must be something weird out west. I'm going to say Arizona because that's my real state. Interesting. Yeah, because we need that timeline, because is this highly unusual or is this something that have happened 5 times before? Well, of course not, but that he slept for 5 hours after. State of confusion.
Very well, we continue with the state's case. Please call the next witness, Mr.
Too far west.
Your Honor, state calls Glenda Epperly.
Nevada.
Glenda Epperly?
How did Carolina end up in 2?
How?
I don't know. Oh, 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 sweet Carolina. Good times never been this bad, good, whatever.
The whole truth, nothing
So
but
good,
the truth,
so
help you
good.
God.
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
I
Thank you.
never found to believe it ever would have. Now,
Can you scoot as close as?
Scoot up.
Bend that microphone down.
Okay. Will that work?
Eat the
That will.
microphone, lady.
A little more. Bend it down a little more, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. You are Glenda Epperly.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired now.
From what profession are you retired?
I was a registered nurse for a number of years.
Could you tell us your background, your education in nursing?
Yes, sir. I graduated from Bluefield State College in 1983, started working in the fall of 83 at Raleigh General Hospital and stayed there until 2008. Then in 2008, I went to Princeton Community. I stayed employed there until 2016 and retired the first time. And then worked another 5 years until 2023 at Princeton Community as needed personnel.
And at some point, did you go to work at hospice?
Yes, in 2008, the hospice opened around that time, I think a year before maybe, and I started working as an as-needed person, a staff member there then. And I stayed there until 2013, I think, 13 or 16.
19, maybe?
What is it, 19? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Tell us a little bit about just a brief overview of hospice philosophy. What do you do at hospice?
He is suing Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds for $400 million.
Get it.
Hospice is set up to provide holistic care for a patient, meaning not only do we look at the physical care of the patient, but we look at the mental care, the social care, and the spiritual care of the patient and his family or her family. So it is, it's a palliative care, which means we're not trying to cure anything or heal anybody. We're trying to make you comfortable and live a good life until it's the end of life.
We need hospice just
Your Honor,
now.
I'd like this marked as state 7, please, for identification.
Very well.
Oh.
Brandon, dang it. I have to say, hospices, as I have experienced them, is a godsend. My mom got a week in hospice the last week, and I think that saved my dad. That they were wonderful people. Most of them are volunteers, and it was so nice that my dad didn't have to take care of everything in the end.
There's separately,
That's what my sister does.
hospice is a medical
That's great.
facility, is it not?
Yes, it's a medical facility, but it also has a home.
he ended up in a hospice. Hopefully she can come in and say someone confessed something. I don't know.
Side component, meaning we have staff that service the patients in their own home. And at Bowers House, we have a 12-patient inpatient facility.
Do you keep records of what transpires, like normal medical records?
Yes, they're electronic medical records.
They're what?
Electronic medical records.
Okay. Should I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, what's been marked for identification is states number 7. If you could review that, please.
Okay. Okay.
In general,
Okay.
the documents you're looking at are, what do they consist of?
These would be nursing notes that were put into
I have
the
no idea.
electronic system.
How do they get into the system?
The time that the nurse goes into the room is documented, and when they come out, it's documented. And then their nursing note has a time on it. It hopefully is the time that they were in the room. But sometimes you can have late entries if you're particularly busy or whatever. But they're all stamped, time stamped.
Is that a requirement of the job that you keep nursing notes?
Yes.
Do you recall being on duty February the 10th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
What's a normal hospice nurse shift?
Well, we have 2 shifts. They're 12-hour shifts from 7A to 7P and 7P to 7A.
And on the 10th of February 2019, which shift were you working?
I was working the evening shift, 7P to 7A.
Do you recall receiving a patient at Bowers House on that night?
I was assigned a patient. Yes,
Michael Cochran?
yes. He had arrived while we were in report. From about 7 to 8 o'clock, there's a shift went during the shift change. The day shift will report off to the night shift. And so we were in report. Another nurse actually got Mr. Cochran in and did release his release to the ambulance company that brought him. And then at 8 o'clock, I made my first entry into the room.
And when you say there was a report that the day shift was bringing you up information on patients who were there, is that what you mean?
Yeah, in report, I was told that we were going to get a transfer from Charleston Area Medical Center. The patient was a younger man, I forget the age. And what I was told was he had fallen at home, had a head injury, and was not able to be treated, and there was nothing else they could do. And he was coming to hospice to pass away.
From the review of the chart, what time did Mr. Cochran arrive at Bowers?
From the note's at 7:45, so I would assume that he came in between 7:30 and 7:45.
And you had said earlier in your testimony that you were assigned to Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
Was there anybody else assigned with him along with you?
No.
So you were the primary nurse
Yes.
that provided.
Mhm.
In summary fashion, what did you do for Mr. Cochran?
What did we do?
Yes.
Primarily, our goal that evening was to get Mr. Cochran comfortable. When he arrived, he was moaning, moving his feet around, appeared to be in pain or discomfort. And our goal was to get him comfortable. And that's what we did. That was the focus of the whole plan. And we were trying to get him settled in and comfortable.
He appeared in pain. What did you do about that?
We gave him Dilaudid 4 milligrams and Versed 2 milligrams, and those were both intravenous medications. They were ordered every 15 minutes.
Did the medication have the desired effect on Mr. Cochran's comfort?
Not initially. It was probably after 10 o'clock before he actually started to settle down.
And then according to the notes, what time did Mr. Cochran die?
I think it was just after midnight or around midnight. So it would be, I don't know what the exact time was. It'd be, I don't know if it's 2010 or 2011, but it would be either just before midnight or just after midnight.
Separately, as I understood your testimony earlier, there was nothing anybody could do for Michael Cochran by the time he got to Bowers.
Correct. Our goal was to keep him comfortable.
Your Honor, State would move State 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well.
But again, this proves no guilt, no fault of the accused. And Jamie, did you catch what medication they gave him?
The Dilaudid.
What's that? Is that a morphine?
Yeah, it's a type. I mean, it's a type of pain. It's a really good pain medication.
So you're giving him that every 15 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
In Denmark, we don't have assisted unalivings, but we have a well-known thing that is called maximum pain coverage. That's what you normally get on when it's just about time to kick the bucket. That's what my mom went on the last 3 days. She slipped into a coma, only woke up once, talked to my dad, said, did we do it good enough? And then she slept for another 2 days. She was maximally pain covered at that time. What that means in layman's term is doing this to the morphine pump.
Yep.
He was in hospice for 5 hours, where they gave him a shot of morphine every 15 minutes. He was trashing around and they just wanted to make him comfortable. That's a whole heck of a lot of morphine if you get it every 15 minutes. His toxicology is going to be fun because there's going to be so much morphine in his blood that you could use his blood and sell it on the streets. That's a lot. That's yeah.
It is admitted into evidence.
And we don't call it assisted unalivings. We call it maximum pain coverage. It's the same thing.
No further questions in their separately.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's an opioid.
Yeah. So it's very strong pain medication. Baker just likes to, he knows morphine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Epperly.
Good afternoon.
I'm Stanley Selden. I'm one of the
I only do
co-counsel for
opioids.
Natalie Cochran.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dilaudid is better than, by the way. It's stronger. Yeah.
Well, I can't tolerate it.
Ms. Epperly,
So that's why
you're familiar with the procedures in hospice as to admitting a patient, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And part of that admitting procedure is that there are a number of forms to be filled out in guiding the patient, his care in terms of whether he's to be put on life-sustaining equipment or if he's to be resuscitated or things along those lines. Isn't
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah, I think it was really good. You don't need the pit bull for this lady. You need to treat her nice and say, "Oh, thank you so much for what you're doing for terminally ill patients."
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Were you aware that there was both a living will and a medical power of attorney, which gave Natalie Cochran the power to decide whether Michael Cochran was to be kept on life-sustaining equipment?
I was not aware initially.
But you found that out later.
Yes.
And you were aware, or eventually became aware,
Mhm.
that it was Michael's wish embodied in those documents not to be resuscitated or put on life-sustaining equipment. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Hey, Mona G. No.
Did you catalog, or do you recall that Natalie Cochran came in with Michael and also their daughter, Nicole?
At 8 o'clock, when I assumed care of Mr. Cochran, Mrs.
Could you speak up just a little
Okay.
bit? I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I went in the room at 8 o'clock and assumed care of Mr. Cochran, Mrs. Cochran was at his bedside.
Same as yesterday, you can find tons of reasonable doubt. It's all about I saw, I heard, I was there, not at the time. The most telling thing is a guy did a pain test on his feet. That's the most accurate thing we've had so far. And this lady was the one who was with him when he passed away. So again, I can throw tons of reasonable doubt into this case, because I need a toxicology report to kind of see how much. I still haven't found out when she and how she administered the insulin.
There was a younger man and his wife, I initially thought was a brother, but came to find out was a friend. And I believe their pastor was there. Just outside the room in the way, it's like a common area. The hospice is divided into 3 different pods with 4 rooms in each pod and a common area that has sofas and TV and that kind of thing.
Okay.
The daughter, with her grandmother, I believe, was there at that time with Mrs. Cochran's mother.
Right. And I believe I recall that you said that even though you were in report, that Mr. Cochran came in about 7:45. Is that correct?
That's the time of the first note.
And you went on duty and started making notes about 8 o'clock. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, and Michael was at hospice for approximately 5 hours before he expired, isn't that right?
Yes.
Do you recall that Natalie Cochran stayed with him the entire 5 hours?
Yes.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran, and aware at that time or subsequently learned, he had a constellation of internal physical problems, which included an enlarged heart, a
Enlarged heart could be a byproduct of steroid use.
swollen brain with edema or fluid.
Mhm.
He had suffered from seizures. He had hypoglycemia, and all of these were in the records that came to you or you reviewed at a later time. Were you aware of that?
I was not. I knew that he had fallen at home, and so the assumption of brain swelling would be reasonable, you know. I wasn't aware of his heart condition. When I went in the room at 8 o'clock, I started care of him, and every 15 minutes I was medicating him. So there was no opportunity when he first came in to read a full medical history. And it was not, a full medical history was not reported to me in report.
Okay. Now, when Michael came in, he was more or less in a comatose state. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did not respond to any verbal commands to open his eyes or move a particular extremity. His pupils were reactive to light, but that was it.
Were you aware, or did you find out subsequently, that one of his doctors at CAMC had said that, according to the brain scans, he was essentially brain dead at that time?
I knew that the report from CAMC was that he was brain dead, or that he'd had a brain injury and there was no chance of recovery.
Right. And that's why he was at hospice, because your job,
Right.
the person's dying and you
Right.
try and make them more comfortable.
Correct.
I don't think so.
Give me just a moment.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Haven't heard anything about it. State hasn't brought it up.
Now, you said that Michael Cochran expired somewhere around midnight.
Mhm. It was either a little bit before or a little bit after.
And the death certificate, which was filled out around that time,
Okay.
reflects that the time of death was 12:18 a.m. That would correspond with your notes. Is that right?
Yes, that would be, I would accept that as reasonable.
Now, when someone expires at hospice,
Mhm.
there is a death certificate filled out, correct?
Yes, yes, there is.
And who would be responsible for that? Would it be Dr. Pitzenbarger, who was the physician on staff?
The nurse, myself, would
Right.
sign it, would fill it out and sign it, and he would then sign it the next day or whenever he came in next.
Apparently, he's just a rubber stamp
And
for them.
the cause of death, according to the death certificate, which was filled out by you,
Mhm.
says acute respiratory failure and due to cerebral edema.
Okay.
Respiratory failure means that his lungs failed.
Yes, he stopped breathing and his heart stopped.
And cerebral edema is a buildup of fluid on the brain.
Correct.
Must be so hard. Her only job is just to say goodbye to people. That's
It's tough.
Yeah,
Some people find it very rewarding to be like, I
yeah.
don't know.
I have a friend who volunteers at the hospice, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't go in and just know. I don't know what the average lifetime is, 5 days maybe, and you're just there to make them as passable as you have to have a very strong psyche for that.
Yeah.
I do it on every stream, Brandon.
I don't believe I have any more questions. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Redirect Mr. Truman.
He has no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you very much,
Matia
Mr.
Braga.
Stephanie. You may
Welcome.
step down to our seat.
Okay. Who does this go to?
Yes, if you'll just leave it right there on the shelf. we'll
Okay.
get it.
All right.
Thank you. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, that's all we have for today, given the prior circumstances.
All right, members of the jury, you're getting a little break today. We will close out the day at this time. Of course, we will continue with the trial, and I'll need you back in the morning at 9 a.m. So get a good night's rest so that we can start back in. We'll continue presumably with the state's case in the morning. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Have a good meal this evening and be ready and energetic to start out the day tomorrow. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room and then depart for the day.
The problem is it doesn't make them smarter in any way. This has nothing to do with what caused the death. Nothing so far has gotten us any closer to what caused the death. It's a lot of circumstantial evidence, but I see it as weak circumstantial evidence because it's rumors, it's innuendos, it's people who are mad that she stole money from them. That banker, I really disliked the banker this morning.
Yeah, he was bad.
He had way too much he wanted to put in there.
Especially since he had never met them, like really. And then he's like, I have an idea of what happened. Like,
yeah, and we had to do some stuff. I don't know with this judge. I just think he wants to buy donuts for everyone.
and Bob Evans.
Let's see if there's anything.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Court is adjourned.
Very well.
Well, at least it's early dice.
Yep.
But Jamie, did we learn something today new that got us closer to figuring out if she did it?
In my opinion, not for me. I didn't feel like anything brought me closer.
I have more questions today than I had yesterday, I would say. I have a
What
hard
are they?
time seeing where we haven't seen the crime scene stuff yet. But I think they mentioned it was a closed bottle of insulin. So that's one of the things. But I also need someone to tell me how much insulin you need to take to instantly pass out and turn into a vegetable. Because if it's not instantaneously, then why didn't he do anything? Why was he just laying on the floor in the kitchen? The more I hear, the more I get this feeling that the state really don't have a strong case other than she stole a bunch of money. Which in itself is bad, but it's not the same as unaliving a person. And again, from what I gather, he was in on it.
Yeah, from what I gather, he knew.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but you didn't grow up in a West Virginia holler sees toast. Well, I don't know what a holler is. Has there been any experimental cups yet? Yeah, there was a financial cup the first day. That's the only cup we have had. And well, there was the cup, but he was a civilian.
Yeah, because they didn't, there was no crime, you know what I mean? So they didn't have any cops investigating. I mean, I guess after the fact, right? Do they have a detective that like went and investigated? But like, this is a little different too, because they didn't really charge her until after the fact.
Yeah, I think it took 4 weeks till they actually started looking at her as a possible suspect. Matzia, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but just that sounds like marzipan. This case is about a woman who ran a Ponzi scheme. They allege she did it alone. I would say I think she did it with her husband, but she's already serving 11 years for that Ponzi scheme. They really want to imply by her making a Ponzi scheme, that's evidence that she injected her husband with insulin, which made him go into a coma, and he then passed away shortly after because he was about to blow the whistle on the Ponzi scheme, but we have seen no evidence of that so far. We have had one police officer who did the forensic financial stuff, and he was probably the worst witness we have had. He was so weak on cross. The rest of it is just, yeah. I found it funny that she didn't call the 911. But it's all speculation. I'm thinking his medical issues, I'm leaning
Yeah.
towards not guilty. But I need to see the medical issues. I need to see, just as I want to see the toxicology, I want to see his medical records for the previous injuries. I want to see that he was put on the seizure medicine, because so far we just have the defense word for it. I want to see that as well. Exactly. And again, I'm not saying she's not guilty. I'm just saying, to me, the state haven't proven it. I would actually say there was probably more. No, I don't know, because I think Murdoch didn't do it, so I wouldn't say more or less.
Yeah.
Seems hard to prove this beyond a reasonable bedwetting doubt. Sometimes I shouldn't read everything. She's paying for, yeah, but I think that's the double jeopardy. They want to imply by her being a fraudster, she's also a killer, and I don't think you can do that. Why did none of the people who saw him see a head injury? We know from the last guy, he specifically looked up his nose, looked into his mouth. But if you have do insulins, I don't know what you call them, when you get those diabetic things, do they produce swelling of the brain?
Mm.
Jury will be especially mentally gifted. Oh, hollers are great.
Good question.
Surmised head injury, though, correct? Yeah, she said he died from brain swelling, but she said she didn't know it at the time. Then why can she put it on the death certificate? Exactly. What leads me to believe he was in on it? Motorcycles, weird replica sport cars, helicopter, property. Exactly. ATVs. And yes, he got some traveling and some diamond earrings, but all the toys that was bought with the fake money or the stolen money went to him. She might have had some spa days and stuff like that, but he got a lot of toys out of it. So you can't tell me he had absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
That's the problem with me. Well, we still haven't had the steroid use. And that's what I said before. I want to see those websites where he bought the steroids. Not because I'm going to buy any. Jamie's going to bring it to me, but just because it's also just a claim from the state, from the defense. So we need that as well. They dropped charges before and then later charged her again. It's past them, so they must have something. We just need to wait. Well, do you know of a woman called Karen Reed? Doesn't take that much to get a case running. A hollow is basically a hollow, a road or path that comes to an end, usually between hills, but not always. So, but they say the hollow in Justified. I thought it was like a small village or something in the mountains. They have presented no evidence. Well, she did cancel a meeting, Brandon. Have you thought about that? How many meetings have you canceled in your life, Brandon? Well, you canceled last year in Knoxville. That's right. Yes, it is manure. Yeah, but there's no. If you hit your head that bad, wouldn't you have at least? If you do the face plant, you would have. We're all guessing, and that's a problem after 2 days that we're guessing. We have no clear idea how, if anything, happened, and that's a problem for the state. We should be sitting. Remember, when the state rests, whenever they're going to do that. If we see the case is like a measuring beacon. When we get to the end of the state's case, there should be so much evidence that it's overfloweth with guilt. Because in reality, what the defense just have, they just have to pull it down to beyond a reasonable doubt. The state have to make sure that there's so much that we cannot have any doubt. And I don't feel half the witnesses, I don't know why they had them there. So she canceled a helicopter trip. What, if anything, does that prove? That's
Yeah.
because then my detective brain starts going and saying, why are they presenting this? And I'm thinking about it when the next witness comes on, and I'm sitting here constantly thinking, but what about, and why is that important? It takes me out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nobody knew anything, and then all of a sudden, just one day, she kills him. It's weird. And Jamie just got randomly selected for a back check upon entry in Europe. No, it's fine. It's really a bit road in the mountains. They create their own little neighborhoods. Rednecks, it's where we hide the hillbillies. We push them down the hill. Thank you, Brandon. Should be nice to you, rednecks. This verbal abuse will not stand. You can't just book your trip when you know I'm busy because Val blocks off some non-hangover goat farming time, and then drag my sparkling clean name through the mud. I was told that I was supposed to come at that date because there was made a deal and you would show up. I didn't book anything. I was ordered to come. This is purely a Valhalla mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the medical examiner, but again, if they have charged her before, dropped the charge, and then charged her again, it doesn't smell like it's going to be roses anyone is going to put in there.
But yeah, the medical testimony could be very damning. We don't know. Yeah.
And Crystal, this is another good question, because if she knew she had easy access to the insulin and the neighbor would give it to her, why ask her on the day of the unaliving? Wouldn't you take it and then give it to him 2 months down the road when you have said, oh yeah, I got it and it really helped me, thank you so much, and then you'll pocket it, and then one day he's going somewhere, you give it to him? It seems, why would you order it's kind of like going to the pew pew store and picking up a pew pew, just buying one bullet and say bye, and then your husband is found with a 9mm hole in the dome. It's a little too obvious. You were planning your flight by the time Valhalla, don't we know you?
Mm-hmm.
I think Murdoch is innocent. Yes, in unaliving his wife and kid. Yeah, I think he owed some really bad people some money. They were probably coming up to the dog kennel to have a talk to him. Didn't know the son and wife was there, and it happened. I don't think it's. I don't think it was hitman job. I think. I think someone did it. I I couldn't see any reason, and I couldn't see any proof that why he would have done it. Just
And
because
the
he was in
timeline
financial
didn't line up
trouble.
for me either.
What?
The timeline and the fact that they didn't, everything was like spotless, like that. I had a hard time with that too, because it was a very bloody crime scene.
I don't do body language. I just listen to him. He was lying a lot about the financial crimes. There was all the technical evidence made no sense for him to be guilty. Again, if you can tell me what someone is saying by just looking at them at the stand, it's probably the most stressful time in their life. You should be the new Dr. G. Body language on a budget with Sue every Sunday at 12 o'clock. Jamie will be there and do all the poses. It's if he would unalive one son and one daughter, one son and his wife, why didn't he unalive his other son? Because he could live with the financial empire crumbling. I just don't get it. Again, the angle of the second pewer that was, what was it, 5 feet below ground or laying on the ground, pewing upwards. A guy testifying that I did this, so now I'm an expert in iPhones. The phones that didn't move at the same time. Again, we only need reasonable doubt.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
though you're an asshole, you still have exactly the same bar to pass, and that's beyond reasonable doubt. I saw no gun, no gunshot residue. I saw nothing in any piece of paper where there was any reason why he should do it. And why did he let Buster live?
Well, yeah, and I mean, he was a very close shot, if to his one son. Where's where's any evidence of
Yeah. Where's his clothes
blood
that
anywhere?
disappeared?
And like in the house, like I don't know. I don't know.
But again, we don't have to agree on cases. On this channel,
Yeah.
the only thing we do need to do is be back tomorrow. Because it's Friday tomorrow. Valhalla will shotgun a beer. And the rest of us will watch a case. We are ending early. It's only 10 o'clock. So I will get Chip Chop Chip to bed. I'll do a baker by night tonight, baker at night tonight. So I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Something stupid I find on Twit. The rest of you, send me all your angry letters about why I'm wrong on the Murdoch trial, and I will send them to Marissa. She's my secretary, and she will give you all the same reply as she sent to every courtroom. No, I understand we have split decisions. Sue and I are always on the opposite side in every case, mostly, sometimes. But I respect that people can see it a different way. But I will defend my reasoning behind why I thought they didn't prove it against him. And I really hated they got to run a 6-week financial crime case in the middle of a murder trial. They shouldn't have been allowed to do that because that prejudiced the jury against the defendant, which I find is a bigger problem than a lot of things, because I think America has a saying, rather 100 guilty go free than 1 innocent go to prison. And we should afford even the biggest assholes the same rights we give to the biggest saints.
But we don't believe that. We do the opposite.
Exactly. We all have a tendency to say, well, she wouldn't be there if she wasn't guilty of something.
Well, and a lot of when somebody is an a-hole, your mind will start to like make reasons why that a-hole would do all these horrible, awful things. They could be just
Yeah.
an a-hole in one area of their life, but not hurt a fly. You know, it's just, it could go
It's
either way.
general
You
bad
never
guy
know.
symptom. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, David Lynch, who made such hits as Twin Peaks and Fedorowski Can Say the Rest, has passed away, 78 years old. He had a good run. Probably didn't waste his time of not doing what he wanted to do. I hope he had fun on the way out. 78 years old, that's about the time you could expect to get here. So he had a good run. But I don't know. I don't know much about other than Twin Peaks, and they should never have made the new Twin Peaks series. So that was bad. But Jamie, we'll be back tomorrow. You won't be here for Baker at Night, which will be at. Valhalla, are you gonna show goats? Should I drop a Baker at Night? Don't do it because Valhalla does his goatiness at that time.
Goatiness.
Yeah. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. But I'll go to bed, see if he's running his yapper at the goats at 5 o'clock or or 11 o'clock, or else I'll do a show. I'm not sure I'm allowed to bring non-packed food, so I probably can't do that.
No, you have to make some of this stuff. I want to taste it.
I can't do it. It's illegal to bring in, I think, because it's not. I have to have it
Okay.
sealed and declared and all of that stuff. So yeah.
Just to another city?
Yeah. No, if I'm going to Copenhagen, I'm gonna buy it. I
Yeah.
don't bring stale bread to you.
Well,
We'll
try
find a
these
good baker.
pizza.
We are
pizza
gonna. Don't you
pockets.
worry. We're gonna have cake.
All these
You-
cookies you've been making that I haven't been able to try. I
You're
can go,
just like
"Ugh."
Marie Antoinette is. Oh, give me cake. I'll find some cake for you. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll be back at 11 p.m. Eastern if I can get out of bed. But I can only get out of bed if Jamie will let me get to bed. Hasta la taco.
Go to bed.
Exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right. 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?